Ladies and gentlemen, give applause once again to the performance of Tari Golek from Swaga Yugama. This dance tells about a girl who is growing up and falls in love, so she likes to dress herself up. The Miwir Nikma of hair strengthening movements, Atrap Jamang, and so on illustrate that this girl is fond of dressing herself. Imagine the feeling that there will be a man who declares love so that it causes a sense of roar in the soul, which is manifested in smooth movement like ocean waves. From the meaning of the word, Tari Golek has the intent and purpose to give the audience the opportunity to make conclusion and explore moral values and are expected to understand good things that happened in their life. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to the honorable guests, Professor Ova Emilia, PhD, as Director of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Selo, PhD, as the Dean of Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, Mr. Ali Awaludin, PhD, as the Vice Dean for Research, Community Service, Partnership, and Alumni of VARS, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, Mrs. Dr. Trimulyani Sunarhanum, as the Chairman of the 6th ICIAP 2022, Mr. Deva Foster Harolda Swasto, PhD, as the Head of Departments of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Sudaryono, PhD, as the Chief of Academic Senate, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada. All the distinguished lecturers and all the participants, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the 6th Biennial International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2022. I am Eta Auria as your Master of Ceremony. I'm very honored to be here, and as the safety procedure, before we start the conference, I'd like to announce the safety briefing of this building. Ladies and gentlemen, this auditorium is located on the 3rd floor of Professor Ruseno Building in the South Wing, which has 2 main doors on the east side and 2 emergency exits, each on the south side. If an earthquake occurs, immediately take cover beside a chair. Keep calm and please don't panic and protect your head. Wait until the earthquake stops. In the event of a fire, the standby alarm will sound. Stay calm and please don't panic. Immediately leave the room in an orderly manner through the exit on the south side. Turn right, then leave the building via the emergency stairs. For those sitting in the back, please use the emergency exit on the south side and go down the emergency stairs. Once you are outside the building, immediately please go to the assembly point. Avoid being under trees or under power lines. And if you are injured, please immediately contact the health worker. Well, ladies and gentlemen, International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, is a conference organized once in 2 years by Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. This is a conference that gathers academicians, researchers, and practitioners from all over the world to share their knowledge and experience on Indonesian architecture and planning ideas. This conference will also allow participants to discuss challenges and opportunities for sustainability, which often triggers innovation in the first place and its effect on architecture, planning, and governance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this morning's meeting, we will begin with the singing of Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and will be followed by Hymne Gadjah Mada. Please, the audience, be raised. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Well, all the participants, now it's my pleasure to invite Mrs. Dr. Tri Mulyani Sunarharum as the chairman of the 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2022 to deliver the welcoming speech. Please, Dr. Tri Mulyani, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Ova Emilia, PhD, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Professor Selo, PhD, Vice Dean for Research, Community Service and Cooperation, Faculty of Engineering, Mr. Ali Awaludin, PhD, Head of Department of Architecture and Planning, Mr. Deva Foster Harolda Swasto, PhD, Directors and representatives of institution partners and sponsors, members of Steering Committee and Scientific Committee of ICIAP 2022, academic staffs of Department of Architecture and Planning, and distinguished speakers, presenters, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to represent organizing committee to welcoming all of you at the opening of the 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP 2022, which brings beyond sustainability in design, planning, and innovations as the conference theme. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, we can report that papers presented in the conference has been through several stages, namely abstract submission and review, full paper submission and review, and plagiarism check. We are delighted to present 71 papers in 18 parallel sessions during this 2 days conference. Those papers come from academicians, researchers, professional architects, urban designer, as well as urban and regional planner from different places and institutions, including from Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, Australia, China, United Kingdom, and New Zealand. Our appreciation for all authors' effort to write and disseminate their research in this conference. We are so thankful for the reviewers from international and national institutions who help controlling the quality of our papers. We are also grateful for the support of Library of the Faculty of Engineering for helping us with the plagiarism check. These 2 conferences are not the end for disseminating the scientific discussion. We are pleased to inform that selected full papers will be included and published in Scopus Index proceeding in the lecture notes in Civil Engineering Springer Q4. Other selected full papers will also be published in Journal of Built Environment Studies, Journal of Technoscience, as well as Journal of Kavistara. For this collaboration, we are thanking the editor-in-chief of those journals. For strengthening the scientific atmosphere of the conference, we also invited speakers from different institutions, countries, and background to share their knowledge, experience, insight, provocation, and trigger further discussion related to the conference theme and the topics. On this conference, we have chance to learn from 4 honorable and amazing keynote speakers from Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, from University of College London and from the Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Also, 8 invited speakers from Singapore University of Technology and Design, Urban Plus, Resilient Cities Network, RMIT University, Institute of Landscape Architecture, University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences, Vienna, Australia, Rumble Studio Dray City, University Technology Petronas, and also Universitas Gadjah Mada. Ladies and gentlemen, another of the objectives of this conference is to enhance and promote the multidisciplinary and multi-sector approaches within and beyond design and planning disciplines. And we are happy to collaborate with partners such as Ikatan Arsitek Indonesia Yogyakarta, IAI Yogyakarta, Ikatan Ahli Perencana or IAP Yogyakarta, APTARI, Indonesian Planning School Association of or ASPI, and sponsors such as Badan Penerbitan and Publikasi BPP Universitas Gadjah Mada, Pusat Studi Transportasi and Logistik Pustral UGM, Pusat Studi Perencanaan Pembangunan Regional PSPPR UGM, Simple Art and Nature Home Architect, Rail Oriented Development Studio, and Stupa Indonesia. It is our pleasure to welcome directors and representatives of partners and sponsors in this opening ceremony and events. At last, as previous ICIAP events brought a great atmosphere for meeting, discuss, and strengthen the network, this 6th ICIAP is organized to also continue the spirit and the objectives. The pandemic that hits all over the world since 2020 push us to adapt and adjust our life without exception for this conference. We choose the hybrid conference platform that provide various spaces for scientific discussions as well as networking in online and offline mode. Therefore, at the end of this welcome speech, we invite you to take a lot of benefit from this platform. Keep safe and healthy, enjoy the conference, and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sri Mulyani, for the warm welcoming speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Mr. Ali Awaluddin, PhD, as the Vice Dean for Research, Community Service, Partnership, and Alumni Affairs, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to deliver the speech. Please, the floor is yours, Mr.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning to all of you, and also probably Ohayo gozaimasu to all colleagues from Japan, or probably also early in the morning for people from UK. It is nice to see you all here, and I would like to deliver like a speech from our rector and also from our dean. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is really my great pleasure to representing our rectors and our dean to welcome you to the 6th Biennial International Conference of Indonesian Architecture Planning 2020-22. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your presence in this opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world that characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity due to the climate crisis and also complexities in urban system, sustainability is the key issue for allowing flexibility, intervention, and management around architect and planning. The process of achieving sustainability has not been easy, as COVID-19 highlighted critical deficiency in our built environment and urban design. This complexity requires an innovative approach, methodologies, and also concept beyond sustainability, which can incorporate and utilize the inherent potential of human and environmental transformation. This could support architects, urban designers, and urban and regional planners in implementing action and community commitment in achieving sustainability and managing transformation in a very various ways. The conference will allow all participants to discuss challenges and opportunities for sustainability, which often triggers innovation as the first place and its effect on architecture, planning, and governance. This is aligned with the vision of Universitas Gadjah Mada as the best university in Indonesia to carry out education, research, community services, as well as preservation and development of knowledge that is excellent and useful for society. The nature of the conference is also aligned with the goal of the Faculty of Engineering to become national and global higher education institution which contribute to strengthening new civilization, mainstreaming research output in the field of science and technology, as well as slowing down the world entropy. Last but not the least, we would like to thank to all speakers, partners, presenters, and all participants for joining this conference. We are very grateful to the Department of Architecture and Planning of Faculty of Engineering of Gadjah Mada for the tremendous support they have provided to host this conference. I sincerely hope that you will enjoy the delightful and stimulating discussions. I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Thank you for all the participation, and also may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali, for the welcoming remark. Please, to Mr. Ali, please remain on the stage since we are going to do the symbolization of the opening of ICIAP 2022. And we also cordially invite our distinguished guest to the stage, Mr. Deva Foster Haroldaswasto, PhD, as Head of Department of Architecture and Planning, Mrs. Dr. Tri Mulyani Sunarharum as the Chairman of the 6th ICIAP 2022, Professor Bhakti Setiawan, PhD, as the representative of moderator, Professor Windu Nuryanti, PhD, as the representative of keynote speakers, and also Professor Sudaryono, PhD, as the Chief of Academic Senate, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Would you mind please coming forward to the stage? And we are going to do the hitting the gong to symbolize the opening of ICIAP 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, the 6th Biennial International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2022 is officially open. Give applause once more. And to capture this special moment, we'd like to invite all distinguished guests to take a picture together. Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dear all participants, now we have a break time for about 15 minutes. So if you want to grab a coffee or stretch your back, please enjoy your time. And to all participants who join virtually, please don't quit this room. Just turn off your camera and microphone, and we'll back at 9:20 to begin the first session. And after this, we'd like to invite all the participants to come forward to have a photo session together after this. And to the participants who attend this conference in this building, you may enjoy the refreshment which is available outside. That's all. Enjoy your break time and see you in the next session. And please, to all the distinguished guests and all of the participants, you may come forward to the stage. We will have a photo session together. Please, ladies and gentlemen, would you mind coming forward to the stage?
Especially those who are wearing batik. No batik, no picture. No batik, no picture.
Ya, baik. Mungkin saya izin menggunakan bahasa Indonesia aja, Bapak Ibu. Mungkin bisa saya bantu atur. Kami persilahkan bagi yang mungkin masih berada di jalan bisa masuk ke depan. Baik, J. Baik, Prof, monggo Ibu bisa di depan seperti ini. Untuk para peserta yang lain mungkin yang tidak mendapatkan tempat bisa di depan, J. Para peserta mungkin untuk, ya, bisa di sebelah sini. Peserta-peserta mungkin bisa berada di depan. Yang mungkin tidak mendapatkan tempat di bagian belakang, boleh. Di sebelah sini masih kosong? Sebelah sini? Mas Mbak ya, boleh sebelah sini. Di sebelah sini masih kosong, bisa bergeser ke sebelah sana.
Yang di belakang geser lagi, yang di belakang. Geser ke kiri yang belakang. Yang nggak kelihatan, yuk geser sebelah sana Mas, masih ada itu kosong.
Ah ya sih. Mungkin 2 kali, nggak cukup ya? Ini mungkin. Boleh geser Mas? Yang sebelah sana bisa di sini biar masih ada yang kosong di sebelah sini.
Ternyata itu yang ada penari apa ditaruh di center juga ya?
Di tengah ya. Oh iya, mungkin Mbak penari bisa Mbak penari boleh di tengah supaya jadi, iya, enggak apa-apa. Supaya jadi center of attention. Mungkin di sebelah Prof. Di sebelah Bu Yani boleh. Yang di belakang kelihatan. Kelihatan ya? Oh iya. Mungkin untuk 2 kali ya, kita pakai masker, kemudian yang kedua nanti bisa dilepas maskernya supaya kelihatan semua wajah ganteng dan cantiknya.
Mas boleh yang bawah agak mepet, merapat lagi, merapat dikit
Iya, agak mungkin miring sedikit kayak foto mau kondangan begitu ya Ibu. Ya, agak miring sedikit biar angle-nya bagus. Nah, mungkin yang merasa belum tampak bisa agak sedikit bergeser. Sudah ketangkap semua? Yang di belakang perlu digeser. Mohon maaf, mungkin Bapak yang berada di barisan paling belakang bisa agak sedikit bergeser karena tidak terlihat.
Belakang tengah geser ke kanan aja, mohon izin.
Oh, sebelah.
Sebelah sini ya, boleh.
Jih, mungkin bisa di sebelah sini Bapak.
Enggak apa ya kan. Ya monggo manut.
Oh ya. Oh enggak apa-apa, biar tidak terlihat malah ya. Sudah? Sudah masuk semua? Ya. Ya, mungkin sekarang yang buka masker ya. Boleh dibuka maskernya. Baik, mungkin foto formal dulu tanpa masker. Ada yang perlu digeser lagi? Oh ya, yang sisi sebelah, iya masnya betul. Boleh bergeser ke sebelah sini. Sudah cukup? Oke, baik. Mungkin foto formal dulu tanpa masker. 3, 2, 1. Oke, sekali lagi. 3, 2, 1. Oke, sekarang mungkin gaya bebas Bapak Ibu, silahkan. Gaya yang paling happy pagi ini. Kurang semangat kayaknya. Mungkin boleh ICIAP 2022 lalu tepuk tangan begitu ya. Mungkin oke? Siap? 1, 2, 3. ICIAP 2022.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organizes various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, Our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
To seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6. Dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in an infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, Pustra also organized various trainings on transportation, logistic and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. Pustra also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in an infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organizes various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organizes various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini, karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
we are living in what we call as a VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, and that's perhaps something that we have to learn, especially since we are also learning a lot from 2 years pandemic, showing how that beyond sustainability, we really have to respond to volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And perhaps innovation, especially from architects and planners, are the answer for this kind of situation. But before we are listening to Pak Sandi atau Bang Sandi, we like to hear here, of course, the CV, biodata for these 2 speakers. Bu Yani, you may read briefly.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Bobby. I'd like to read like short bio of Pak Sandiaga, Mas Menteri. So, Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno was inaugurated as the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy in 23rd of December 2020. And then he got his bachelor degree from Business Administration from the Wichita State University, USA. He graduated with cum laude, summa cum laude actually, summa cum laude. And then he got his master's degree from Business Administration from the George Washington University, USA. I think that's the short bio of Pak Sandiaga.
Let's listening to Pak Sandi atau Bang Sandi speech. Committee, please. It will be very short, but very contain very important message.
Ladies and gentlemen, tourism sector in Indonesia has continued to grow rapidly during the post-pandemic era. The growth of the tourism industry in the post-pandemic era highlight the necessity of implementing sustainable tourism, which is a strategy to promote tourism as a strategic industry and address global problems. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy continues to collaborate with a wide range of stakeholders. This is due to the fact that sustainable tourism is multidimensional and involves wide range of communities. Therefore, to promote competitiveness, public trust, and the value of sustainable tourism, multiple disciplines and stakeholders must collaborate to improve governance, economic, social, cultural, and environment. Sustainability in architecture needs to take into account the natural resources and conditions, ability to incorporating this into design wherever feasible. It means utilizing materials that minimize the structure's environmental footprint, whether that be due to the energy-intensive manufacturing processes or long transport distances. Sustainable architects and builders should also consider including systems in their design and reusing harnessed waste in the most effective manner possible. I hope we can all obtain useful and positive insights from this forum, and I sincerely hope that this event will run smoothly with beneficial takeaways for all of the attendees, so that these insights and knowledge can be implemented to restore tourism and stimulate the economy to create the widest possible business and work opportunities. I thank you very much.
Tepuk tangan untuk Pak Sandi Applause for Pak Sandi. Thank you very much, Pak Sandi. Unfortunately, he's not attending directly our seminar, but I'm sure that we all got a very important message from him, especially mentioning that sustainability is a very complex, and tourism, sustainable tourism is also very complex, involving so many stakeholders. Now we are going to also hear, listening to Ibu Windu, Professor Windu, our colleagues who are also considered as expert in tourism, and I'm sure that her topics very much relate to what Bang Sandi mentioned on sustainable tourism. Bu Windu, but before Bu Yani, maybe you read briefly Bu Windu, our seniors professor in this department on her CV.
Yeah. Good morning, Prof. Windu. Please allow me to.
Good morning, you all.
Yeah.
Good morning. Please allow me to read your short bio. So, Professor Insinyur Windu Nuryanti, MArch PhD, with a professional background in architecture and urban planning. She is recognized as a prominent expert in culture, tourism, and development issues in Indonesia. She did her undergraduate degree at Gadjah Mada University before going to the University of Wisconsin in the USA for her master's degree. She later obtained her PhD at Surrey and Bournemouth universities in the UK. Professor Nuryanti has also worked on key issues in the same field for various international organizations, including UNDP, UNESCO, and WTO, UN World Tourism Organization. During her career, she was the creative designer for the Borobudur Garden Gallery at the Vatican Museum in Rome. Dr. Nuryanti also served for 2 years on the governing board of ICIAP, UNESCO headquartered in South Korea, working on safeguarding and revitalizing intangible cultural heritage in the Asia-Pacific region. Professor Nuryanti was the Vice Minister of Education and Culture in the Ministry of Education and Culture 2011 until 2014. She is currently a member of the Juror Board planning and designing the new capital of Nusantara, Indonesia.
Tepuk tangan untuk Bu Windu, kita beri semangat ya Bu Windu ya. Please your time for about 20-25 minutes ya Bu Yani.
Thank you so much Bu Yani for such a nice introduction. I almost doesn't recognize who this person is in your reading, so I'm sure you did some research on that. Thank you so much. Thanks you also, Prof. Bobby, for the accompanying this session, and I'm sure you also will help me when I cannot answer some of the questions later. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for the ICIAP committee for inviting me to be the keynote here this morning. I'm glad we have a great speech from the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Bapak Sandiaga Uno, also colleagues and students, I'm sure here, they're eager to learn and to contribute some of the discussion later. I also like to congratulate the 6th Biennale International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, ICIAP 2022, today seminar. And the theme I think is a very relevant one, which is tourism and sustainability. I'm sure that in the context of design, planning, and innovation, tourism and sustainability fit just well within the complexity that this morning also Rector and the Dean deliver speech. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. I think, first of all, I like to underline the relationship between tourism and sustainability, which is quite an interesting one. Sometimes create kind of controversy and conflicting, because the sustainability is always associated with continuity, with something that preservation, conservation involved in that process of implementing the sustainability. While tourism, on the other side, is associated with modernity, dynamicity, change. That's why the relation between the two sometimes is complex and not we're not surprised if it's creating complexities and contradiction. But here, understanding the complex relationship between the two, I think I'm using the ecotourism as the framework of thinking to see that the relationship between the two are actually can be beneficial or mutual benefits to each other. So therefore, I'm using not just tourism as the whole, but picturing the ecotourism as one of the most strategic concepts of tourism in Indonesia in relating with sustainability, especially in the context of planning, design, and innovation. I'm sure that we all understand the ecotourism with part of it, of the soul of it. Because we can see so much going on, we can see so much potential asset within surrounding Indonesia. As we all know, 17,000 islands with ethnic, 700 ethnic groups, languages, not just dialect languages. They all having tradition, they all having not just tradition in terms of art and culture, but tradition in terms of environmental, local wisdom. So here, what I'm going to put, that's why ecotourism is the one of the solution in relating tourism and sustainability. So could you, if you could, just please share some of my materials here, the committee, why ecotourism? Can you see? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, next, please.
Not yet, Bu. Just wait for a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Why ecotourism? I'm using as a framework, a conceptual framework in this relationship between tourism and sustainability. First of all, that overall growth product diversification of the world tourism actually in the Indonesian context lies in the diversity of our environmental assets, of our cultural assets. So therefore, this is the heart of tourism in Indonesia. Second of all is that the easier, faster access to the new destination, and even now seamless with the era of technology, with the seamless, you don't have any more issues or problem with location, with where you are, and time is no problem. So therefore, remote areas like what we have surrounded us in all over Indonesia, from Sabang until Merauke, I think they all basically endless destination to be discovered. So again, when we have basically interconnected among us and the world, so that this one is not anymore an issue. And the third is that the increased levels of environmental, ecological values that create awareness. And now I think the role of millennial in the environmental awareness is so magnificent, so strong. Based on the research, the role of millennials, yet our young generation under 30, 35, they have such a commitment, strong commitments on the environmental issues, on the culture, heritage preservation. So I think this is one that make us proud that we will definitely have a good future for the sustainability in related with tourism. Also, if we look at the tourists that come to Indonesia, the foreign tourists, yeah, this is of course the number before pandemic, more than 60% are millennial tourists. And the increase of the growth is tremendous. The first 2 or 3 years is only like 15% from the 2018. But then later become like almost 200%. So I think we understand that our future of tourism in Indonesia are the adventurous tourism, the one that close to environmental assets, the one that have a rich cultural heritage. So this is what we have. This is what our strength is. So I'm sure that in the field of planning, design, and innovation, this is just fit perfectly. Because look at the hotel, for example. Now, when you look at the Airbnb, it's the biggest company in the world, which they don't own even one room. So this is the era where design become the most strategic asset in delivering the future of tourism. People choosing Airbnb all over the world, they are not different. Nothing in one Airbnb or nothing is similar or even the same. So they are different. I don't know how many millions Airbnb in the world. So it's the biggest company in the accommodation sector in tourism, which has not even one hotel, doesn't own even one hotel. And they involve architects, they involve planners, they involve innovators, because in creating just one room or one house become the Airbnb, it involves all those creativity. And this is the one who create asset, who create multiplier effect, who create the local benefits to the people, is the creativity. So I'm very sure that we have a very good future of tourism. And the last is that the search for sustainable alternatives to mass tourism is always in the map, and it's always have all kind of what you call it, like efforts, like endless efforts from all of research point of view. What is the best way to create sustainability in all kind of field? So that's why I'm using ecotourism as the conceptual framework in this relating to tourism and sustainability. Next. So when we say ecotourism, do not please confuse with nature tourism, because when we say nature tourism, it's limited to the nature asset, nature-based asset, while ecotourism is more like a concept. So you can have like cultural tourism but developed using ecotourism framework. You can have marine tourism, you can have all kind of tourism that become our strength in Indonesia using ecotourism as a conceptual framework. Because basically it lies on the need of maintaining the ecological balancing, plus also the natural system integrity with the human dimensions. Next. So if we talk about ecotourism activities, what is the criteria then for the ecotourism related to or connecting tourism and sustainability? Number one is definitely there is no ecotourism who doesn't follow sustainability principles and conservation ethics. This is a must. This is a one rule that determines whether that's ecotourism or not. Number two is that give visitors unique and outstanding experience, because ecotourism lies in the experience, direct experience with the local asset, with the community, with the all creative expressions that happen in the destination. Maintain the quality of the environment. There is no ecotourist that doesn't respect to the quality of the environment. Even they use the quality of the environment, become the flagship, become the quick win strategy when they develop tourism destination. And of course, it benefits to the local people. There's so many questions regarding this. Okay, whether these local people a good benefit from this tourism development or not, or whether it's a big corporate or people who has the industry that multinational corporation linked with multinational corporations. And we all know in our small city of Yogyakarta, which we love so much, so many multinational chains, like KFC, like all the McD, like all these things, that we have to watch carefully because we don't want to have too many. We can follow in some countries which strictly they have rules that in one city you can only have one KFC, in one city you can only have one McD, etc. This is a regulation that we should have, we should think to apply in our city, for example, because having this regulation, it means you strengthening all the small warung, all the small vendors, all the small kaki lima, and all this street food, etc. It really depend on the people who actually interact directly with this visitor. So again, using ecotourism here will be the framework when you actually plan, when you actually design the destination. Next. But there is a but. Developing ecotourism is not easy. We have issues. We have things to be concerned about. We have to watch carefully in developing ecotourism because it's such a great slogan, very easy to use. Everyone understands, but actually there are things that we need to be careful. Number one, ground handling operation for visitor experience in the destination is a key factor. So what is most important is not the glossy brochure, it's not the great communication marketing strategy, but it's the visitor experience. It's enhancing all those visitor experience that directly, and this must be well managed by the operation in the ground level. So ecotourism, it cannot just stay as a concept, but also has to be breakdown into implementation, strategy, and activities. Number two, in developing countries, many operations work on a shoestring, on the very, very small scale, which is lack access to capital, lack access to high-level human resource, lack access to technology. So we have to see the economic of scale about this. Also, ecotourism, like other small-scale tourism, like a village tourism, very similar. They have a high seasonal fluctuation, up, down. Sometimes the very high level of visitor, and sometimes just so empty and so quiet. So in this case, that we have to really have always layers of strategy in order to maintain that all the tourism sectors in the lowest levels understand this, and they have always a backup system whenever the low season happens. Infrastructure difficulty. Infrastructure is always our main problem. Having such a huge country, a high population, remote areas, infrastructure, not just the physical but also the non-physical, non-physical infrastructures, communication, information are still our main challenge. Problem with scale of development versus economic viability. This is exactly what I said just now. If you have to bake, there is no lack. There is a lack of experience strategy. There is a lack of interaction, unique interaction with the local people, with the host. But if you have too big, then you have you lost all the benefits, the profit to the bigger company. So always the just right is not always easy. And human resource, expatriate component, leakages consequences. And we have so many islands. Islands are fragile, we know. So therefore, if we depend on resources from outside island, then tend to have leakages going outside. So next, please. I'm going to underline this important issue, which actually the answer, the main answer, and actually we didn't really pay so much attention on this issue when we link tourism and sustainability, which is the role of interpretation. The interpretation here, you involve values, you involve cross-cultural understanding, and cross-cultural understanding is not automatic. You have to have education, you have to have tools, you have to have training. Also professionalization, some guide, for example, or some tool, all those gimmick gadgets you think now, which is endless alternatives. They link to professionalization, education and training. Especially now, media, agents, technique, the new media, the role of new media, which is communicating our assets to the audience, which is to the tourists. They all are changing in the dynamic ways and always define new ways in connecting between the two. Next. So this interpretation, so interpretation here is, that's why I like to have this a little bit stuff that you are trying to elaborate more, which is interpretation is not just information. Yeah, you have to have sometimes inspire, sometimes even provoke, because they have to have revelation. And this kind of thing sometimes we very weak. The storytelling, the value behind the temple, behind the mountain, behind the river, behind all the forests, etc. They are the one that actually delivering assets to the tourists. So therefore, interpretation is an art, basically, because it's combined between all the information, the experience of the personal levels, the visitors, even the value itself is all intertwined, it's all layers. Because we have so rich in tradition, Hindu, Buddha, Muslim, Konghucu, etc. They are layers that happens in every tourism destination in Indonesia. So that's what makes interpretation become more complicated, more complex, because we have to learn from so many angles, and we don't want to have one or the other become degrading. Next one, so what is the successful interpretation in relating tourism and sustainability? The successful interpretation, next please. The successful interpretation, first, next I think, next please. First that, okay, I did this, so I think next one, the outcome of the interpretation, I think will cover as follow. They have greater appreciation. Country like Indonesia, tourism in Indonesia, I think so much that is still hidden, so much need to be discovered. Therefore, appreciation, awareness, better understanding, enjoyment are areas that need to be researched more. And for interpretation management, then we will need visitor management, visitor flow, increase of patronage, cooperation, collaboration. This whole area that planning, design, and innovation need to focus on. because interpretation should be seen as an integral part of education, marketing, managing, planning, and designing. Okay, next. So, I'm just going to use example. Yeah, I don't want to go into detail on the size of global ecotourism, which is huge, which is big, and this is actually the way to go in Indonesia. Next, please. I'm going to use examples in urban ecotourism. So many ecotourism, usually they tend to be linked with village tourism, forest, environment, mountain, river, all our assets, which we have so much, but more or less always linked with rural, which is not true, because we have so much urban development that ecotourism, that tourism become the key of the game changers. Yeah, not just for the old city, but also for the so much in the urban areas, the metropolis. We just has, I think, UNESCO just launched the new research area on the Heritropolis, heritage in the metropolitan. So all over the world, and Gajah Mada, Universitas Gajah Mada is one of the partner in here, which is looking more focused on how the actually tourism, heritage especially, also ecotourism become the key player in the metropolitan, in the big cities. So, and since this is not much paid attention actually in the research in this area, so I hope that our students will put this one as one of strategic problem area when they do doctorate research program or even at a publication as draft, that actually urban ecotourism are very critical issues need to be developed. So next please. So I think next please, just go to the examples, because this is almost in the end of my presentation, that I would put like 3G in the urban ecotourism. Number one is green, green building, green open space, green public space, green concept, green. Number two is global. You cannot just have local wisdom, but also linked with global now is not an issue anymore. Since you have interconnectedness between you and the world, therefore, the globalization, localization are intertwined, are not inseparable. You cannot separate between the two. Time and space, there is not issue anymore. So therefore, this become the second game changer. The third one is gender. So 3G is a green, global, and gender. This is how you play in the urban ecotourism. These three play very important role. Okay, next one. This is just example. Some of the farming kindergarten in Vietnam cities, and also some of the like safari now basically is everywhere. When tourists they go into the jungle, they found their own safaris, and also it's not just safaris in terms of controllable environment, but safaris in terms of become one with the local communities. And this thing actually based on the ecotourism thing, linked with the big development like gardens by the in Singapore, all these things that they bring forest into the city, they bring conservation principle into the cities, into the airport, etc. I think there are some of the concrete examples in how sustainability and tourism in the context of planning, design, and innovation. Next. So So, coming to the last of my presentation, this is basically is the conclusion of the my speech. There are key factors in sustainability when you try to link with research. Number one is local community involvement. There is no sustainability if there is no community involvement. So local community, local architecture, local design materials, local, they become new global. So when I was talking just now about the Airbnb, the hotel that's owned by everybody, the local touch, the local design, the local craft inside the house for tourists, they become one of the attractions. So destination is not anymore all this big destination that involving huge spatial structure, etc. But destination now becomes blurred. That is not just in terms of destination as a big system, but destination is a private space, in the more private space like Airbnb. And this Airbnb, I'm sure, is make what the hotel industry collapse. How many million rooms actually they exist in the new, and they all run by young generation. They all run by millennial. One can be more perfect than this. So number two is a culture entrepreneurships. This also need to be focused. Still, I think not many research in this area. Culture entrepreneurships. Culture entrepreneurship are the key success of sustainability. Because sustainability is not just economic sustainability, it's not just environment or social, but also is cultural entrepreneurship. Is what make local people, the owner of all these assets, feel that there are benefits to them. So I would start with entrepreneurship first before you actually doing the planning, doing the design. Start with community, start with cultural entrepreneurships. Next. The last page, I think. Okay, yeah, before this, number 3, before this measuring system. Okay, before this, it was this adaptation. There is one power in this complexity world, like the VUCA world, uncertainties, all this chaos and stuff. Adaptation is the key. Because whatever you do, if you do it too fast, the local community cannot compete with all the speed, with all the big development, with all the big industry, with all the super fast technology. So you have to allow adaptation into the space. And also, planning is not just long term, but also the immediate term. The short term planning usually is the most important one. So you have to be able to teach our students how to react quickly, how to respond quickly. Otherwise, you left behind. And the last one is that, again, to improve the local welfare of the local people, the local culture that we have, the harmony of this environment, they all are the key success of the sustainability. And the last one is sustainability is a quality. Nothing can argue with that. Sustainability is quality. If you cannot deliver quality, impossible you deliver sustainability. Next, last one. How do we measure sustainability? Because I read in so much article and so much, but the way they see sustainability, quality, measuring sustainability, quality in tourism world actually is, more tourists, more longer of stay, more spending. Yeah, how can we find this kind of tourists? I mean, it's not easy. Of course, we want richer tourists who also respect environment, who appreciate to our local culture. But this kind of tourists, where are they? I mean, there are, but the more sophisticated tourists, the more they're not very easy to find. Therefore, since this is the ICIAP here, mostly also researchers and academic, I think there are new area of research towards the measuring sustainability, measuring quality in the context of tourism. There are 5 indicators. Number 1, any measurement in tourism field has to be looked after they do interaction with tourists. You cannot do evaluation, you cannot measure indicator before they actually interact with the tourists. So therefore, number 1, you have to know what is the capita spending of the tourist in the destination. So spending of the tourist per capita in the destination. So you include the community, you include the population of the destination. Number 2 is quality of life indicator for the local residents. Whether they are satisfied, whether they happy they have tourism or not. How the tourism here actually makes sure that increase the quality of the life of the local people. The third is satisfaction level of the tourists. Of course, we have to this put into account that tourists must be satisfied. Otherwise, there is no sustainability. The fourth is external ranking of the destination. Acknowledgement of the international, maybe, Java, how many village tourism, how many eco-tourists that acknowledged by UNWTO, for example, because these sets have a great criteria and standard. So therefore, acknowledgement from the international audience are also one of the indicator. And the last one is destination tourism destination internal audit. And this very important. How can you make sure that the quality of the destination protected? How can you make sure that sustainability will be a guarantee unless you do the destination internal audit? Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm looking forward for your question and answers. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Windu. Well, I like very much the last picture you showed to us. Bapak-bapak, we learned quite a lot of important keywords like adaptive capacity, ecological footprint, local economy, community, empowerment, this kind of important word. Now with those many ideas shared by Bu Windu, we come to question and answer, and I think we have quite enough time, 30 to 40 minutes for question, and I heard that even we have also 70 something participants join online. If the committee can also assist me to perhaps please those who are joined online, you can also comment and send question through Zoom, by sending the message. Please now perhaps start from this auditorium.
We have one questions from here.
Is there any mic, or you just come here perhaps? Hopefully very short, but please also say your name and then a short question, please.
Maybe also, where are you from?
Thank you, Pak Bobi. My name is Vita. I'm a PhD student at AU Canberra. So I'm so happy to be here, bringing back good memories when I was studying here back in 2004. And for Prof. Windu, thank you for the presentation. It was a very interesting presentation on ecotourism. And for me, seeing tourism is one of the world's most significant economic activities, including economic revenue, employment, and also regional development. However, at the same time, tourism industry is also the most vulnerable industries dealing with critical situations such as pandemic outbreaks, COVID-19 pandemic, for example, and then natural disaster, and also even terrorism issue. In this regard, could you, for ecotourism, could you please explain more on success story based on your experience and also failures on how ecotourism management deal with such a crisis and how to survive and what are the failures in dealing with such crisis? Thank you.
Terima kasih. Vulnerability and resiliency, in other words, very important in these issues. One or two more questions from this auditorium and also another. Okay, you may read the chat from Zoom, Bu Yani.
Yeah, we have one question from Muhammad Iqbal. Thank you very much, Prof. Windu, for this amazing presentation. My name is Iqbal from undergraduate of architecture, UGM. I want to ask, how do we implement locality concept that usually related with rurality into urban life, that usually related to industrial concept, so that the cities become more sustainable? So I guess this is more on the challenges, maybe.
Press one more question from there. Ya, silakan.
Good morning, Prof. Windu. My name is Septian. I'm student at Magister of Urban and Regional Planning UGM. My question is, many people predict that on 2023 we will face global recession, which means a lot of primary needs and primary goods and secondary goods price will increase drastically. What do you think about? Is there any plan for Ministry of Tourism to face the global recession in terms of tourism? Because tourism is seen as tertiary needs, which means if primary needs and secondary needs of products in price increase, people won't be interesting to spend their money on tourism. What do you think about this condition? Thank you.
Terima kasih. Perhaps three questions first, Bu Windu. The third one is on again global recession. Hopefully not in the next year. Yeah, but please, Bu Windu.
Thank you. I think the three questions are great and good. Yeah. Now let's. I try to find the good answers also for you. The first one is now still studying in Canberra, yeah. Yeah. So it's about the key success, the vulnerability of the ecotourism. Yes, you're so right, so true. Ecotourism is such vulnerable because you operate in such a small scale. If you getting too big, you lost your soul. You lost all the main values. But if you operating in a small scale, usually you don't have the economic of scale. Rugi, yeah. Or then if you rugi, it means that how can you be sustainable without profit? Yeah. So I think this is the most difficult one in terms of ecotourism. But the good thing is that ecotourists, they don't really need a big operation. Ecotourists, they need a small, medium operation. The ecotourists, they want to interact with the local people. They want to see the direct potential asset of the environment. Yeah, they may be jalan-jalan or walking in the sawah, in the mountain, river. Especially now, you can see basically this is such a phenomenon when you see people now enjoying just the scenery of Big Valley. They're taking photo. The one that can be in the Instagram, anything that Instagramgenic, anything that can be put in the photo that it can be shared with the whole world is tourism destination. So I think this is potential. This is the challenge. This is an opportunity for everybody, for young generation, millennial, to be the player in tourism. Because you can do just by posting, sharing your most amazing scenery in your village. And people, all over the world talk about it. People all over the world interested to come. And you don't have to have such a sophisticated operation like before. Like before, you always depend on the travel agent, tour operator. Not anymore now. It's actually now even a very contrast with that. The data that so many tourists coming with one ticket, one-way ticket. They don't even have the return tickets to their home. Why? Because they do everything themselves. They want to visit all the deep in the jungle. They want to visit like a way far away from their country of origin. The more far away, the more exotic, and the more they want to come. So, but as long as you have to deliver, you cannot, for example, you have to be honest. If, for example, the view in your village always raining every time, you don't say that it's always sunny all year round, So this kind of thing, I think, is the success story. Start from, you sincere, you honest what you have, but make use of basically now everyone is a photographer. Instant share is the key promotion. So whatever you have now, you instant share, the whole world will know what you have. Make use of this. So that's definitely the success story. But also, as again, the one I explained before, be careful, watch out. There are things that need to be really look at carefully, especially like economic scale, especially on the, you don't have to have high level education in operating ecotourism, but you have to have like honest, sincere, friendliness. You have to be able to tell the story of what you have, of what you don't see, the value behind it. And this is, you don't need a doctor, you don't need a master in order to do that. Sometimes you just need a very friendly ibu in the village to do that. Yeah, Iqbal, I think it's a very good question. Yeah, the locality concept, how do we deliver with this? For example, again, I'm using Airbnb concept. You actually can trace this as a AAA. How about the role of locality in the accessibility? Yeah, for example, on the mode of transportation, naik andong, naik all this pony ride, yeah, all those things that basically having the local touch, but also again the accommodation sector never happened before. The role of Airbnb suddenly right in front of us, like a flooding, like a global flood that make all the huge hotel industry collapse. And this is architect, the one who deliver the design, planner, the one who deliver all the infrastructure and everything. Interpreter, that's why I was before in my presentation, interpretation is the key. So because in this, then you can, interpretation is the one who actually generate money and profit. Last one, global recession. Yeah, hopefully we don't have that, but I think you need to think about, before it's true, tourism is tertiary needs, yeah, because you have like the Sandang Papan, all those Murphy theories, but now not anymore. Ask the kids, yeah, ask the young generation, which one is more important, having a house or traveling around the world? You will be surprised with the answers. That's why in the negara-negara maju, more developed countries, the house ownership are dropping because they don't feel they need the house. What they feel is to see the world. Even now, the recent, the one that people talk about is the nomad visa. Yeah, you can actually live and work, for example, in Indonesia, in Bali, and everywhere. For Spain, I think Portugal, they already issue this nomad visa. That tourists can stay in other countries for long stay, like 1 year at least, or 2 years maybe, working there. Not just tourists like a sightseeing, etc., like before, but actually working there. Some of them are working in the caravan, yeah, in the like gypsy, yeah, on the beach. And so many beach club, many growing in Bali are used by this kind of tourists. Even now, I think the government, maybe Minister Sandiaga Uno, also working so hard and how the nomad tourism in Indonesia become reality. Now I think it's still in the sedang diperjuangkan oleh Pak Menteri. Yeah, I don't know how many years. Maybe start with 2 years. I think if we can have 2 years, tourists can come to Indonesia working without having this immigration hassle and problem. I think this a new good opportunity. Responding to the new lifestyle, responding to the just now about tourism is definitely not anymore tertiary needs. So hopefully no recession, but I hope I answered all. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Windu. This is for the first session with 3 questions. Yeah, very important. And the one thing on nomadic tourism then remind me on the idea that tourism is really a good media for global local learning. Yeah, Bu Windu. Yeah, in which since we are living in a global village, so very important in the future that each member of the global village learn everyone, and tourism, traveling is one way of global local learning. Very interesting. Second session, ya Bu Yani, with another 3 questions, perhaps 2 from the audience here and 1 from the online, perhaps. But we have already.
Yeah, we have 2 questions actually from online participants. The first one is from Maria Orchita. Prof. Windu, regarding your presentation, this country have a big resources for tourism and ecotourism, but only few areas are growing higher. Only area that have investment from foreigners or expats can grow higher. How to grow local or ecotourism in other areas without having to wait for investment from expats or foreigners or big developers? Thank you.
Ya, itu menarik, very important question. Ya, that's what we have seeing so far. But hopefully in the future, as Bu Windu mentioned, ya Bu Windu, there will be, more and more initiative from the local. Ya, but another 2 questions, perhaps. Silakan. Dari sana.
From the room.
From the right side of this auditorium on the center side. Silakan, please. Because if not, then we just read the second question from the Diana Lisa. Yeah, very interesting presentation, Bu Windu. My name is Lisa, of course. Yeah, from Lisa. Unila. What is your view on the phenomenon of the increasing number of activities in sawah, which result in the reduction of the area around sawah? For example, like a restaurant. Thank you. I think the question reflect what happening in Borobudur. Perhaps apa itu namanya swarga loka ya. I think.
Swarga bumi.
One more swarga bumi ya. One more question, Bu Yani.
One more question from this room.
Ayo silakan, please. If not, is there any question online that we can read? Ada.
I think that's all from the online.
Okay, Bu Windu, 2 questions, interesting one.
Bu Yani, sorry, could you repeat the first question because I missed somehow the signal suddenly dropped. So the second question I got it, but the first one, please.
Sure. The first question was from Maria Orchita. Regarding your presentation, Prof. Windu, our country have a big resources for tourism or ecotourism, but only few areas are growing higher. Only area that have investment from foreigners or expats can grow higher. how to grow local or ecotourism in other areas without having or depend on investment from expats or foreigners or big developers.
Okay, thank you. And I think I saw another question on the chat. Yeah, you want
Yes.
me to respond to that?
The
also?
last one, I think we have the third question. I can read it out. This is from Fakih Asri. I think that Borobudur Highland in Purworejo, which was built by BOB, Badan Otorita Borobudur, under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, has tried to facilitate all the principles of ecotourism that you explained. This area was inaugurated in 2019. How do you see the potential of this area in the future? A year after it was inaugurated, suddenly a pandemic occurred. How to attract back the interest of tourists? In fact, their concept is correct, but isn't the main factor that must be created for tourist visit. Thank you.
Borobudur Highland,
Okay.
Window, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the three questions are very smart question. Okay, number one, big resources doesn't grow. How come? I think, in order to develop this ecotourism thing, you don't really need a big investment. You don't need to wait for the investment to come. I think start what we have, because is this type of tourism naturally they grow from small scale and they always stay small, and you attract the segments of tourists looking for small scale. So you don't expect that ecotourism will operate in a big operation, like for example Kawasan with the big square kilometer and with all kind of heavy duty infrastructures. I don't think that that's kind of type. So start from what we have. Exactly what I just gave example to the question before. You start from maybe your village. Suddenly your village have become a magnet for people to stop by, because there's some big trees that in that big trees you can create a ladder that you can take a photo. Start from that kind of thing. But then of course you have to think creatively that tourists need just not just to take photo, but they need also to eat. They also need to buy souvenirs. They also need to bring their friends coming back. The repeater index are the key indicator to show whether the tourism destination are actually growing or not. If you can formulate the visitors index in every point of the destination or the attraction, then you can see what a strategy need to be developed for the future. So I think I totally do not agree if big investment are the key success, but the right concept are the key success. Number two, Lisa from Unila, I think Sawah. How can be Sawah? Suddenly now so many people going to Sawah. Suddenly Sawah become a main attraction. Everywhere they share photo in Sawah. They blah 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 so many creative spots in Sawah. Then start having concern whether the Sawah will be the decreasing of the Sakwa will happen significantly. How do we do about it? Whether this is good or not? So I think the key is basically is the balance. Sometimes you need the Sawah. Sometimes you need the attractions that in the Sawah, as long as you can have the right concept. And the generation of the tourists in the Sawah, the income generation, what I mean, will definitely create more, rather than you wait for the panen, you wait for the harvesting time. I basically believe, and we have to be realistic. So many farmers that they have to struggle, sacrifice, because they depend only on the Sawah. The pupuk, is so expensive, and the season now is not predictable. In one season miss, they can kill your crops, you can kill your sawah. So you don't want to be stuck in the farming only. So I think we have to be realistic. Yes, we do need the sawah, but also you need to be open to alternatives. You need to have a balanced development. That your sawah becomes still the main source of it, the main our source of our food, but also you have entitled to develop creatively. Number 3, this is a very smart question. I think you think a lot about this so-called Badan Otorita, ya, Tourism Authority Board. I think there are in some tourism destination, super priority destination, they have tourism authority board, yeah. So I'm not, to be honest, yeah, I'm not sure that this is the right format, yeah, because the key success of tourism, yeah, has to be measured from the tourism performance. Again, tourism performance, the basic measurement is based on the 3 things, the basic. Total number of tourists, both foreign and domestic. Number 2 is length of stay, yeah. Number 3 is spending. And now the Purworejo Highland or whatever, after how many years, they develop how many tourists they have, how long the length of stay they created, and out of the 300, I don't know how many hectares, how many hectares the land is ready or fulfill the readiness criteria, fulfill as a tourism area. And even if you fulfill all the requirements to be the tourism destination, do you think they will guarantee success in the Purworejo? Because don't forget, location is the main factor. Yeah, I don't know if for example, yeah, Jogja becomes significant tourism in Jogja develop here because the factor of Borobudur, yeah, become the city of transiting city to Borobudur. Yeah. I'm not sure about Purworejo. Yeah, it's not just Purworejo. I'm not sure about any other tourism authority board. When you look at it carefully in the presidential decree informing the tourism authority board, you have 2 main area. Number 1 is authoritative area, and the second one is coordinative area. The authoritative area is designated for certain hectares, yeah, this board entitled to develop tourism. But the coordinative area, you could have to coordinate with, I don't know how many kepala dinas, so many bupati, so many governors, yeah, in order to make this happen. And also don't forget the perizinan, the permit, yeah, still you have to face with the undang-undang otonomi daerah. It's in the kepala daerah. How can this authoritative board, yeah, facing this problem? Yeah, if you cannot, if you don't have agent, yeah, then how can you develop? I think need to be evaluated. Definitely, the role of authority board, tourism authority board, need to be developed. Especially if this authority board, the management format is in the BLO, yeah, Badan Layanan Umum, which is like what the case of Purworejo. The BLO, you have access to the national budget planning, and the BLO is definitely deal with public goods. Tourism is not public goods. Tourism is a business. It's strictly business. So public goods is like education, museum, health. That's public goods. But I don't think that Ministry of Tourism has right to manage public goods. So I think definitely this concept of authority has to be rethink, has to be evaluated. So we don't want to create so many authority board everywhere that we're not sure the roadmap and the success result of this. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Wita. The last one is related to, it seems to be that you are talking about small is beautiful.
Yes, I think small is as beautiful is always beautiful. But you know, you have to see it from the different kind of point of view.
Terima kasih. I think we still have 5-10 minutes ya, Bu Yani ya. Please do more question perhaps to end this very interesting session. Silakan. Those who are online also please raise your question. Ada satu tuh Bu. Ya. One or even more.
Yeah. One more additional
Tapi
question.
saya menunggu yang maksudnya just one more question direct.
There it is.
Satu di belakang, please maju kalau perlu ya. Dibaca dulu Bu yang ini atau yang di belakang? Oke. Small is beautiful, community development. Please.
Good morning, Bu. My name is Reza. I'm 2009. Your students also. Here I want to thanks for the presentation about the ecotourism. But one thing that's bugging me about the ecotourism is what is the role of us as a designer, as an architect, or as a planners in terms of ecotourism? You know, from the perspective of the tourist. I want to go to hiking the Merapi or Merbabu without any intervention or physical intervention from anybody. And otherwise, if we build like for example toilet with the lack of the septic tank or sanitation design or something, it just creates a bad spot in the Merapi, and you know that is something weird because we as a designer wants to do something about ecotourism, while on the other hand the ecotourism wants to make it stay eco, like without any human intervention. So what do you think about it, Bu Windu?
Ya, ini terima kasih Pak Zal, Bu Windu. This is very interesting ya, because related to the directly to the idea innovation of the architects. I always mentioning that the architects sometimes did too much. That's what I think you are going to ask, right? Online, please, Bu.
The question from Farid Nazaruddin. Learning from the pandemic, we know that tourism is having quite a challenge. So, should the concept of sustainable tourism add health factor as one of the variable equivalent with the economic variable? Also, looking at the global situation, war and political state in major countries, which are major source of economy in tourism, are another challenge for sustainable ecotourism. What is your opinion on it? Thank you.
Bu Windu, last two important question, please.
Okay. Yeah, last but not least, definitely this one. So, number one, about the role of architect actually now is really transforming. Never architect in the stage where the need for design is so out of regularity. Because now architect has to respond to all the challenges that like what you just give example when climbing Merapi, and how about all those basic infrastructure, yeah, in terms of health, in terms of that, etc. This is cannot be that you have, it's a must. You have to have that, but the infrastructure usually, yeah, the infrastructure intervention are so ugly, yeah, and so disturbing, and so like alien coming from the sky, yeah. We don't like that. Architects, they definitely don't like all this ugly intervention, yeah, but you need that. Now that's why now this has come to the needs of the creativity that beyond the regularity. For example, how you create public toilets in the mountain, yeah, and how you create for example, the best gardu pandang or viewing deck where you don't want to build something that intrusive. And this kind of thing, I think, is more and more, yeah. The need to be creative, not just articulating the function or the structure of the organization, of the space organization, but it's more than that. That actually you at the same time creating the locality, but also you have to know that, oh, I don't want the intrusion in here. We don't want architecture, intrusive architecture. Yeah, especially I think related to question number 2, learning from the pandemic. Yeah, architecture post-pandemic. So post-pandemic architecture, we learn a lot from this pandemic. Number 1, we definitely do not want anymore depends on the air conditioning. Yeah, we definitely appreciate more never before outdoor. Appreciate more the role of the veranda, the role of the balcony, the role of the semi indoor places. Even you live in the almost semi-indoor places. Yeah, this is a totally different architecture. So I think, and actually it's better. Yeah, whoever created this pandemic, but actually, I would say it's definitely better. We appreciate more the nature. We appreciate more towards the outdoors. Yeah, we appreciate more towards the how do we actually live together with the environment, nature. I think this is the greatest learning that the pandemic teach us. Yeah. So when you say about the post pandemic architecture, there's so many interesting research and articles, yeah, on this, and I think some of the students, they should pay good attention on the research, on the design, on the innovation, on materials, and the creating a space, yeah, from the pandemic's era. Also, the doctorate students, I think, should be research that on this, yeah, how actually the indoor and outdoor, now there is no basically there is no border. There is a new role of the outdoor space. Yeah, this kind of thing is, and we're lucky living in Indonesia where the tropical architecture, so we can create all the buildings that basically we can live in outdoor, or we can live in the semi-indoor and outdoor with no problem. It's not like in the four season countries where you don't have indoor, then you're dead. Yeah, because of the climate change, or the climate, the snow, the cold, etc. But we don't have that. We're so blessed with this kind of nature, kind of richness, yeah, that we should appreciate more. And do not forget, when we do plan, when we do design, innovate materials, anything, and we always remember that we live in the tropical country, that we're surrounded by all the richness that the world envy us. So do not neglect this. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Windu. Saya kira I think your last comment very important and that's really the main topics of this conference that we are beyond sustainability because you are asking on rethinking about human nature relation, yeah. And I'm sure that we will explore more on this issue because that's related to the Daryono later on will discuss about entropy, which relates somehow to the environmental ethics, yeah. Those kind of things, very important message from the first session of this conference. Terima kasih. Sorry. Oh yeah, still have last question, Bu Windu. You have to answer. Sorry. Remember, Bu Windu.
Okay.
So, yeah, the last question is more on the health factor. How to should we include like the health factor as one of the variable to support this tourism in the pandemic situation, especially Prof. Windu, and also about the war and political state in major countries. This will also brings a lot, other challenge for sustainable ecotourism.
Yeah, yes, I think that's automatically we think about that, and pandemic teaches us that you cannot underestimate this problem. Yeah, hygienic now in every delivery, food, accommodation, everything. Health is now super important. That detect, that influence the whole delivery system, like I said before. So, but that's interesting research, yeah, just recently done by UNWTO, saying that after this pandemic, yeah, actually, women, the role of gender, yeah, again, the woman actually, the one who become the trendsetter, because they're very sensitive toward health problem, yeah, towards health factor. So they the one who actually determine the travel, the tourism of women, because they look at the which one destination the most sensitive towards health, yeah, and women they do research on this because this one become a very important factor in choosing and determining the destination that they want to go. So this is interesting. Maybe students should follow up with the research, yeah, more on this. But I think the role of gender in the health, this is really important, and also because from the industry point of view, after the pandemic, the main question is who will be traveling, whether there is any differences in terms of segmentation compared to the one before and after pandemic. Apparently, yes, women the one who decide the travel because they know where to go, because they put health as the main consideration, as the main factor in choosing the destination. Therefore, the decision making on where to go, when to go, choosing destination, going to restaurant, blah blah blah, choosing the hotel, Airbnb and stuff. 70% women. So, thank you. I hope this is helpful.
Terima kasih sekali lagi Bu Windu. Saya kira we learn a lot from the pandemic, and pandemic not really finished, but at least we learn a lot, and that's perhaps also related to the main theme of the conference, right? Beyond sustainability, and especially after 2 years pandemic, we learned a lot. We did some even lompatan tuh, ya. And also we learn, for example, Bu Windu, that the gender element will become more important. We learn that we have to rethinking again our relation with the nature, yeah. So quite a lot that we have to learn, and we got from pandemic. But at the same time, as Bu Windu mentioned, we need also a lot of research, yeah, from academic point of view to further explore, yeah, the trend and the volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity and the ambiguity we learn from pandemic, and will very sure inevitable in the future. Saya kira itu Ibu dan Bapak-Bapak. Terima kasih sekali lagi Bu Windu. Applause for Bu Windu and Bang Sandi actually ya. Unfortunately we can ask direct question to Bang Sandi, but of course we have to say thank you to Bang Sandi. Terima kasih, dan with this we end the first session of this conference. Hopefully this is a good start, and I'm sure we will continue with the second session of the conference. Bu Yani, sekali lagi tepuk tangan, dan terakhir ini untuk moderatornya.
Thank you for moderating us. Thank you for the moderator, Bu Yani. Thank you everybody for great questions. See you soon. Stay healthy. Don't forget. Stay healthy. Stay happy.
Thank you very much, Professor Bakti, and also Bu Yani, for moderating our first session, and thank you to all speakers for the insightful presentation today. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next agenda. It is the invited speaker session. There will be 2 invited speakers, and the session will be moderated by Professor T. Yoyo Wahyu Subroto, PhD. Professor Yoyo is a professor at Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He graduated from the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and pursued his master's and doctoral degree at Osaka University, Japan. His research interests are the concept of philosophy of human settlement, architecture, culture, and nature. Without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator to lead the discussion. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, for this chance to take a moderator for the second session. For the second session, we have 2 distinguished invited speakers. For the first, I would like to also to invite to invited speaker, and now first of all I would like to introduce both of the invited speaker. The first one is Miss or Punini Purwajati. She is a senior manager programs and knowledge at the Resilience Network. I would like also to read short CV for Miss or Mrs. Nini Purwajati. In her current role, Nini is leading our city's APEC programs in the areas of local economic recovery and improving collaboration between private sector and public sector for advancing urban resilience. In addition, she is also supporting the delivery of our city's programs on circularity and resilience infrastructure. She is also seeing the knowledge exchange between the member cities and partners. Mrs. Nini was also part of thousands resilient cities where she was facilitating the resilient strategy development for cities and the networks such as Jakarta, Semarang, Chennai, Sydney, and Malacca. Mrs. Nini also has more than 10 years experience on working on urban housing governance issues with strength in facilitating collaboration between stakeholders for local NGOs, international NGOs, academics, local governments, national government, and the United Nations. Her also past experience includes working with the Mercy Corps UN Habitat, Habitat Indonesian National Secretariat, and the Indonesian Ministry of Housing. And in addition, Miss Nini also hold a bachelor degrees in urban regional planning from Gadjah Mada University here in Indonesia. He studied for master degree in property and development from the University of New South Wales on an Australia Award scholarship from DVAT. And then I would like also read a short CV from the second invited speaker this morning, Mr. Sibarani Sofyan. He is founder at Urban Plus. His experience, here is founder of Urban Plus in January 2017 until now. Second one is the Executive Director of Development Design Planning and Economics and Office Manager of Jakarta Office until January 2017. And also as a Director of Urban Design Southeast Asia, I come in Singapore until 2011. And also he is also for education background of Mr. Sibarani Sofyan. He was studied in University of New South Wales, Master of Urban Development Design until 1999, and for the bachelor degree he was graduated from Institute of Technology Bandung. Now I would like to invite for the first presenters. I would like to invite Mrs. Nini Purwajati. It's time for you, 25 minutes, please. Are you ready?
Yes. Thank you, Pak Yoyo. Let me try to share the screen.
Okay. Please, time is yours.
I hope it's fine. I hope it's okay now. Okay. Good morning. I'm Nini Purwajati from Resilient Cities Network. A pleasure to be here, back to UGM despite being remote. Thank you again, Pak Yoyo, for the invitation. I remember Pak Yoyo was our head of department when I was still in school, and then also an honor to be reunited in the same panel as Pak Sip. Really looking forward to hear more from Pak Sip on Nusantara especially. So I was asked to speak about how cities in Asia posit a major influence on global sustainability aspect. That's quite a big question. In this session, I would like to bring, I guess, our discussion back to resilient, how it is critical in building sustainability. So firstly, I'm going to start with a quick intro of my organization. We are the Resilient Cities Network, an independent entity building on the legacy from previously 100 Resilient Cities program by the Rockefeller Foundation. We bring together global knowledge, practices, partnerships, and funding towards advancing urban resilience for our cities. And globally, we have almost 100 cities. And in Asia Pacific, and where I'm sitting here in Singapore, we are working with almost 20 cities in this region. So from Australia to Japan, to India, to New Zealand, and obviously also the Southeast Asian cities as well. We have three main approach. The first is really empowering our member cities, building their capacity, setting up the required institutional setting to enable them to build urban resilience. And with that, we also really promote exchange and collaboration between these cities. The second, we mobilize, bring resources and partnership to support our cities. And then the third, together with our cities, we implement various different assessment methodologies and also multi-cities programs where the learning is shared back to the network. So I guess this is the big question and the name of the session. So Asian cities in a quest to sustainability. So I will start with how we understand urban resilience. Urban resilience is the capacity of individuals, communities, institutions, businesses, and systems within a city to survive, adapt, and grow no matter what type of chronic stresses and acute shocks they experience. I guess the keywords really in the word of capacity and how it is related with, as you see here, from individuals to communities to the whole system itself. It is really critical for urban resilience. And then the big question for the session was sustainability. I strongly believe that resilience is hand in hand with sustainability, and it's actually a precursor for us before we move into sustainability. It's critical that we work on resilience first. It's about survival, about adaptation that will enable us to work on addressing sustainability challenge. And however, with the urgency we experience now, all the cities in the world, in Asia, so we really need to work on both, I guess, at the same time. And I strongly believe that resilience is also very related to the question of justice. So that's why it's also really important that we are going back to this definition, like understanding of the individuals, the communities, the institution, businesses, when we are thinking about the whole urban resilience. With that, we use the language of shock and stresses in a more optimistic way. Shock and stresses should bring opportunities for cities to evolve and in some circumstances to transform. So it's not only bouncing back when cities are more prepared, when cities are more resilient, then it will enable cities to bouncing forward, building back better, which then lead to the longer term sustainability objective. And it is really also important to see the cities in this more interconnected way. Again, going back to the definition where we have starting from the individuals to the communities, to the businesses, to the system itself, we can see how complex city is. So there's different institution, different setup, the various different infrastructure, the information system. Cities has their own processes and practices. So the more robust each individual system in this is, the stronger the city is overall. So like we're talking about weak link, right? Like weakest link, we're talking about inequality as well in here. Like just using the simple example, right? Like when there's a flooding in, say, Jakarta. Like I call my friend and I'm like, how are you? Are you okay? With the flooding, I'm okay. But the next kelurahan, like the next kampung actually affected by flooding. So we need to see the inequality perspectives as well in here. So city is resilient when all, like, you know, all part, the weakest community, they are also prepared and resilient. And going back to why the urgency, cities are increasingly becoming more vulnerable, and we need to also understand there's the gap in investment. Cities are facing distress in the financial side, especially the last few years with the pandemic. Like if we are not moving fast, like like many of our urban dwellers may be pushed back into poverty, and then like it will be very costly for our cities in the face of disasters. And then if we are looking at how we are doing with Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, I believe that until 2019, it was actually looking quite in a good direction, in the positive trajectory for the achievement, despite being slow. But with the pandemic, a major shock that became a prolonged stress, it's unfortunately turned the direction towards achieving SDGs. So if you remember, SDGs is not just like around climate change or the cities, the resilient cities, the SDGs number 11, but it's also touched the quite basics, such as no poverty, no hunger, and unfortunately, when there's shock and situation like this pandemic, it's actually pushing back us into the negative trajectory. But we still have 8 years until 2030. We need to move really fast. We need to be more optimistic, but I guess also realistic. And it's good to have this kind of forum. I think it's very important, like the academics working with practitioners, working with local government to really innovate, to speed up action, to speed up effort towards climate resilience and sustainability. The challenge. So these are the most common shock and stresses in cities that we map. So going back to basic, what we understand as shocks are sudden, sharp events that threaten a city. So like earthquake, flooding, even terrorist attacks. So it's not just natural disaster. And if we remember the report from IPCC, it's also becoming, I guess, more how to say, I think more firm and more brave to say that climate change is man-made, like also caused by the human action as well. And then the chronic stress, slow moving, weakening the fabric of city. Climate change, poverty, lack of access to basic services. And when these shock and stresses, they're hitting certain area, cities together, it's becoming very complex, increasing the vulnerability of the community. And I want to bring back this to the notion or the definition of urban resilience again, where I was highlighting on the capacity. So our network cities they are facing significant vulnerabilities, but also their ability to cope between different cities quite differ. We have a report, I think, that medium, it's very, I guess, common sense, and then it's not surprising, but medium-sized, high capacity with high resources, they tend to perform better. So using, I think, examples such as urban heat. If you have access to water, if you have access to aircon, when there's a heat wave hitting your area, you'll be more prepared and you can cope with that. But in the case of, I think a few years ago, I read a new news in a city in India, for example, there was this heat wave, and then with the limited access to water, like I think a lot of casualty at that time. That's really unfortunate. And maybe I'm using another example. So I live in Singapore at the moment, and then there was a time, I think over the weekend, it was really, it was raining very hard. I was very busy the previous week, so I used that weekend to just relax. It's rainy, cool, being lazy, being mager, yeah. But then Batam just very close to Singapore, also experiencing the same rain, like heavy rain. And then I saw in the news that actually there was, I think, some cars actually were being flown, and then there was no casualty, if I'm not mistaken, but there was obviously victim. Like, so the same weekend, around the same intensity of rain, hitting two different contact that reached Singapore, and the less, I guess, ready in terms of infrastructure, etc. Batam, it could, expose the people differently, and then the impact experienced by this different community also, it was different. So capacity, inequality, justice, I think it's very close to this discussion about urban resilience. And going to Asia, although this is more Southeast Asia, so the sixth assessment report from IPCC, they show that more frequent disasters such as extreme heat wave, more frequent and intense rainfall, also tropical cyclones, and more severe flooding due to the rising sea level. In terms of warming, I think in Southeast Asia it's slightly less, so this is what we saw from the report, but faster sea level rise, and then the Southeast Asia projected to suffer the harshest effects of climate change. Most countries do not have carbon reduction strategies in place to both adapt and mitigate this risk effectively. So this is, I'm taking this from a report, a background report for water as leverage for resilient cities Asia. So this was a multi-cities program led by the Netherlands government, where my organization was supporting this program. And then we were looking at Southeast Asia and South Asia, and then in the end working with 3 cities, so Khulna, Semarang, and Chennai. The report show how I guess really urgent, and then the situation with hydro related extreme events is very prominent in Southeast Asia and South Asia, and then also how I think it's more complicated when you see that the more than the 80% of Asia urban population will be affected. Our cities will be around the water, around the river, and then we have the issue with like too much water, too little water, and too dirty water. So this is, I guess, important for us to really understand, and then to bring innovation and integrated action. I was highlighting about the need of speed. So we need to work especially the next 7 years for our region. I think when we talk about Asia, we cannot say like Asia in one definition. Or Asia is very diverse. I mentioned the network that we are managing, especially in Asia Pacific. We have cities from Australia, we have cities from India, cities from Japan, we have cities from Thailand, Singapore as well, like all the Southeast Asia. And we need to also understand the various different contexts that we have in Asia. In terms of challenges, I think like especially climate change and hydro-related event brings this region together. But then when we are adding the demography context, economic, political, then it becomes quite complex cities in Japan are already aging. We have young population in India, still in Indonesia. I was surprised, I wasn't aware, apparently Thailand is already aging. So it's quite different context, and then adding the complexity of the political context, geopolitical, like the Mekong Delta, for example, going through different countries, and then like issue like haze, for example, and issues like that. With this urgency, we need to work together. However, when we link with the geopolitical context often becoming complicated, like ASEAN with the non-confrontational policy, I guess, friendly, but actually could add that complexity in how we can work together. But based on my experience, cities, they're on the front line. They need to work, and with their citizen, they see how their community, their citizen experiencing all this impact. They're quite close to the ground, yet still can see all these different challenges and opportunities in this quite systemic way. So we see voices from mayors. We see the interest and very keen, I guess, motivation to work to address all these different challenges that cities are facing. And that's why I think through this example, like network that we are managing, it's one of the ways, not the only way, how cities can learn from each other, and then also to speed up like innovation, to speed up, programs and like effort related to infrastructure, for example.
Excuse me, Ms. Nini. Can you make shorter because the time?
Okay. I thought I have 25 minutes. So this is just very quickly priorities from our cities in the network, especially in Asia Pacific. They addressing social equity, local economy is very important, and then on infrastructure. Bringing back to the definition of urban resilience. So with that, we believe in this holistic way in looking at resilience. How can we try to address different challenges together, and then creating a more, I guess, integrated intervention that also will create multiple benefits. So I should add academic in here, right? It's very important that we are really encouraging collaboration between communities, corporations, cities for overall resilience. Very quickly, examples from our network, we're trying to empower our cities to connect in certain issues. So this is on community of practice, cities in Asia, especially in India and in Australia, connecting to their folks in North America and in Europe. We are curating learning in terms of such as urban eats. This is related to food system and circular economy. How can then we address many different challenges like the food waste, but also food security and also livelihood. This is one of the programs that I'm leading in Southeast Asia. So working with SMEs, so going back to the definition of resilience, empowering the vulnerable community. SMEs are critical in the cities. How can we help them for their recovery, but also empower them to create solution that is greener, that is contributing to overall urban resilience, and how can they learn from each other. And then the last one is example on what we call as urban ocean. Why ocean? Because we believe that by building clean and healthy cities, regarding waste management, it's also helping our clean and healthy cities. And I just want to emphasize in here that our work, this is with like at the moment, I think 8 cities, actually there is more in Latin America, but it's very critical that we begin with a collaboration with one of like research institutions. So they have this very, I guess, breakthrough assessment process. And then I think our role is in connecting that that new assessment on circularity with our cities to ensure that cities actually building their capacity and also learning from each other. And I think this is really critical for us to speed up our effort towards sustainability, and also to voice like the different contexts from global south globally. I think I'll stop here. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nini. I think we right now can open a discussion for 10 minutes. I invite from this room, is there any question? Please raise your hand. In the Zoom, ada nggak yang dari? Belum ada. Okay. First, please introduce yourself. Mike is here. There's one question, Mbak Nini. Okay.
Yeah.
Mike.
Please.
Mike.
Oh.
Ya, sebentar, ini mic-nya sedang diperbaiki. Atau ini? Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you, Nini, for the insightful presentation. I'm very interested with the issue of resilience. Talking about resilience, let's see Jakarta, for example, who deal with the many challenges. For example, for water, as you mentioned, that too much water in terms of flooding and too little water in terms of clean water supply and dirty water in terms of poor sanitation system and wastewater treatment. And in this case, do you think that we can be still optimistic in terms of resiliency to deal with the huge problem of Jakarta, or we just need to be pessimistic and move the capital to another place so that we can have think to consider about how to deal with the huge problems. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other? Before, okay, Pak Bobby, Prof. Bobby, you please. Silakan.
Mbak Nini, this is Bobby speaking ya.
Yeah, Pak Bobby.
Yeah, well, I think since you have been working for Asian cities perhaps more than 10 years, yeah. I'm just wondering if you learn, and your institution learns, what make Asian cities unique compared to other. You mentioned also that you're comparing between cities in America, Latin America, and Asian. But my wonder is whether Asian cities, put in terms of physical and social, aspect, different and have some quality compared to other cities and other continent. Terima kasih Siti ya, but yeah, I like to see you.
Okay, I think it is your turn, Pak Nini, to answer the question, please.
Thank you for the question from very familiar people that I like to see here. Unfortunately, I'm not there. I guess the first question, we'll get to Pak Sip, I guess, later. But it's very important. I mentioned about the protecting the community, so we should still, you shouldn't escape. We need to protect Jakarta. We need to still build resilience and protect Jakarta, but also for the new cities, we need to prepare that well. It's an opportunity so that we are not making the mistake. I strongly believe that Pak Sim in his design will put everything in place. Pak Sim was involved in our collaboration, past collaboration with Jakarta as well. I remember back then. I think I guess we should be, more optimistic but realistic. That's why understanding was the baseline, working really close, like with academics, really critical. I mentioned about our urban ocean work. So, like local government, often have many barriers, many, bureaucracy, administration, like the speed to innovate with the procurement often limit their ability, despite, I believe, local government actually very keen to really help the city. And then I think on the side of the academics need to help with the technical expertise, with the innovation. So what we did through Urban Ocean, actually linking them together. So then the baseline for our urban ocean work, so it's what we call a circularity assessment protocol, is really strong, but then it was picked up by the cities that turned that into what was called as the opportunity assessment, and like the design and how we address both resilient waste management issues, but also how we can protect our ocean. So that's, I guess, one of the examples. The second question from Pak will be, that's hard to answer, Pak. So we cannot, I guess, how to say that? Like all cities, like Asia is very diverse. But if I can ask, I can answer from Southeast Asia context, especially developing Asia, the limitation often makes the people becoming more resilient. So when it comes to building community resilience, because cities, kampungs in context of Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, they often don't have other option other than helping themselves. So in that sense, cities in that context becoming more resilient. And interestingly, our work in Singapore actually tried to promote that community resilience in one of the, I think, one community like in a HGB, the flat housing in Singapore, because even when you have a very, high level resource government, there will be some limit, like government cannot keep continuing to support their citizens. So it's really interesting to see that seems to be richer cities actually also learning from the developing cities context in how they are helping themselves between neighbors, organizing themselves to become more resilient. I guess one thing is that having that, already community resilience in those different kampung, it shouldn't make the government, the local government, to be lazy or rely that so much. It's good to have that basic, and then to better, working closer together. And then also, I think we need to be critical about, community resilience, because I think it requires a lot of facilitation as well. Like sometimes when you don't think it in a systemic level. So for example, I found in Jakarta there was one of the Musrembang result was like the community planning. One of the infrastructure that they built in one kampung actually, I think it impacting negatively to the next kampung. So I think that's why community resilience is one of the, I guess, the strength of this developing Asia. But then we need to actually leverage that, and then also working closer with the local government, looking at the systemic level, so that we can push that at scale. I hope that makes sense. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nini. I think the time is up, but I would like to give a chance one question from the Zoom. I would like to read for you, Mbak Nini, from Khalil Makarim. Yeah, he said that I greatly appreciate the presentation in recognizing the project climate impact in Southeast Asian cities. It is important that priority is taken to safeguard livelihoods through better funding and support. It is also worth noting that for most projects that are recommended and sounded are master plans that are worth high financial and political capital, but RCN's initiatives have been I've seen more smaller scale. I would like wonder how such initiatives have made a difference toward urbanized lives on an empiric scale. This is a question from Mr. Khalil. Can you
thank you, Mr.
answer?
Khalil. Yeah,
Okay.
I hope I understand the question well. I emphasize the need of we are working on the all the investment related to infrastructure, especially in Asia. Being honest, our work is really at the moment focusing a lot in community level. But I think our other region, we are working more in the bigger infrastructure, and that is I guess a reflection on how different level of capacity in terms of resources as well. But I think we need to highlight what's most important is even when we are working at the community level, so we need to think about how we scale it, how we bring it at the systemic level. So one thing that we are testing at the moment with the Jakarta team, their SDGs team, is testing an approach for a place-based collaboration in one of the kelurahan. We also try to understand the resources necessary. We also try to understand the process so that we understand what is the minimum viable, I guess being more realistic, minimum viable product or minimum viable minimum resources we need to achieve certain objectives. So even when we are working at the community level, I would really encourage that we are thinking about connecting that to at least city level. How can we see it is being sustained, it is being replicated, but also by understanding the local context as well, because different communities will have a very different context, attitude, institutional settings. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nini. I think time's up, and I would like to close this session. And for time's being, we would like to give big applause for presentation, Mbak Nini. And then for the second presentation, I would like to invite Mas Sibarani Sofian. I think he also will give interesting presentation is about the search of sustainable city. So right now time is yours, Mas Sibarani, but for the time limitation, the presentation is only 50 minutes, then 10 minutes for discussion. Please, Mas Sibarani.
Terima kasih Pak Yoyo. Thank you very much everyone for the opportunity to be invited on this very exciting conference. And first of all, I congratulate for the organizer and hope that today's session will be all went well. Salam sejahtera untuk semuanya, para undangan juga. And also, Bu Nini, how are you? It's been a while, yeah. So also we have Mbak Yani here. Three of us was part of the Jakarta Resiliency. So yeah, at that time, I think we tackle a lot of issues on Jakarta, and I think there's interesting that that there's one of the question that should we abandon Jakarta and move to East Kalimantan, yeah. We'll talk about that probably during the discussion session, but I would like to use the very short time here to talk about I think in the theme of Asian cities in quest to sustainability. I think it is very interesting that the new capital city is built from scratch, and a lot of the sustainability that may not work in the other cities or other existing cities is probably as a different game plan for the capital city, because when the president started to unleash or to introduce the capital city, he has a very high standard and expectation, the IKN as a representation of national advancements of society, which is very high. But then there are three pillars of the national identity and sustainability as the second pillars, which is, I think, a focus of our discussion today. Sustainability, social, economic, and environment, but it's also at the same time has to be smart, modern, and international. So on this sort of event back in 2020, just right after we were lucky that we won the competition and we continue the works. And oh yeah, I forgot to also address Prof. Windu. Apa kabar, Prof? I think we are also in the same group with as a jury, yeah, for one of the competition. But Prof. Windu is also part of the jury for our national competition. So right after that, President Jokowi mentioned in the Sustainable Week in Abu Dhabi that certain keywords that I'm very interested in. I think among the sustainable planners or experts, which is very kind of like shocking, because he's asking for really high 80% renewables, zero emission cities, low carbon, pedestrian friendly cities, and there are several KPIs that go along with it. Temperature reduction is also one of them, and alternative energy is also something really big. So we are not aiming for small little incremental changes in here. We are looking at a big sort of jump on how the city will perform. When we talk about the performance of the city, then we also ask what would be the look of the city, what will be the shape of the city that can embrace and that can fulfill all these heavy requirements. And this is all just a very quick KPIs, and you can see a lot of these KPIs are very high, and most cities in Indonesia will never achieve this. But then, since these cities start from new, I think Pak Presiden Joko Widodo think that we have to aim really high, and we need to really address all the critical issues. And also, of course, part of it is also being resilient about it. But then, before we have an opportunity to avert this type of stress and shocks if we can design the city better. So several of these KPI I will discuss about later and how that will translate into the design. But first of all, I would like to bring attention to the audience of the location of our new city. Is really in the center and it's trying to create a new economic center of 2045 that will start to distribute the wealth and also the attention, not Jakarta or Java centric, but it's more in the Indonesian centric. Although one must note that this is not moving the whole city of Jakarta to the Pasir Penajam, but we are moving only the government use or the government function. But then, as a constellation of a city, the government center needs to be supported by also other cities. So that we are planning 9 different cities within an area of 256,000, which is a big area. And it's also in the neighborhood of Balikpapan and Samarinda, and a constellation of creating about probably 4 million cities, which is, interestingly, it's similar with Singapore. Singapore is about 4.4 million, but then the area is about only 59,000 hectares. For the scale of 56,000 hectares, this is where we have 6 different cities that is becoming the core of the urban areas. And within that 6 cities, 1 is the government center, which I will discuss further. So just to understand that the city that we are creating here is relatively low density or medium density. We are not talking about Jakarta. Jakarta is about 60,000, which is the same scale with the KIKN. And within this, we are only dealing with about 1.8 million people, whereas Jakarta is about 11, and the whole metropolitan of Jakarta is about 34 million. Whereas here, the whole metropolitan of the scale of 256,000 is only about 2 million. So we are far more less dense than Jakarta, yeah. But then the infrastructures that takes into there will be also part of the consideration. Okay, and what the president vision is being translated into a transformative effort, and there are 5 transformation that is expected out from the master plan. Nature preservation, transformation in how we preserve our nature and how we react with the nature, transformation in our nationalism, yeah, and also our identity, transformation in the way we live, the way we move, and the way we work. So in this very short opportunity, I will only just tackle probably some of them, and how we come about to come up with the model of the city is important. And our area, to begin with, is also not very easy to work with. It's very undulating, and it's also pretty pristine in nature. Although I must say that a majority of this area is actually a production forest. So it's acacia and eucalyptus trees, which is very seasonal. So every less than 2 years, it's being cropped out and it will be taken out. And so the whole forest in here, I put in the bracket, yeah, forest is actually going to be bulked every period of yield. So with that, we try to keep certain principles. Like, for example, we don't cut and fill a lot of the area if possible. So keeping the high ground, keeping the flat area free, and sea level rise safe for this location. So we build only on the safe ground, which is about 11 meters above sea level and above, yeah. Whereas our undulation here varies between 10 all the way to the area of 70, which is the highest level of the presidential palace. That is also the approach of this undulation result in the road system that is not necessarily easy to work with. So unlike most city in Java or in many cities that we know, the city is flat, yeah. So in here, I think it's more like Balikpapan, where the road is following the contour. So you can't really find straight lines everywhere. We do the straight lines necessarily when we need the axis or the relationship that we want to achieve between the executive, judicative, and legislative, and also we call it a sumbu kebangsaan, yeah, the nationalism axis that leads all the way to the Pancasila part. So that's part of the structures that we can sort of like try hard to achieve, but at the end of the day, we are not trying to force certain geometry, but we are trying to follow all the environmental sort of entity but then allowing also or making sure safeguarding the green and the animal corridor, the ecology and the water corridor, which is shown in this diagram. And the idea of archipelago, yeah? So the scheme that we came up with was called Negara Rimba Nusa. Nusa is the last word, is where we think that the archipelago of Indonesia is being translated also in this approach of trying to create as much as possible islands of climatically modified or climatically intervened urban system that the small little green fingers play an important part to make sure that we still have a good ventilation, good greenery within a very easy access of the residents. So every 10 minutes every 10 minutes you can reach to these parks, yeah. But then we also sorry, yeah, okay, I'll just skip to this one. So we put in the city in the mix, yeah, in the mix of uses. So we don't segregate the function that much. We blend in a lot of the mix of the programs, so people can really deal with the needs of the people within the short period of time. So just look at this KPI. There are many of them, but then there are several KPI that is not easy to negotiate or to bring together. Like, for example, the density needs to be high, medium high. It needs to be 10 minutes, but then at the same time, it also needs to be 75% green. As you know, if we put in the most area of green, then it bounds to create a segregation between one function to another because of the fact that you only deal with the 25%. So all this not necessarily easy to deal with, and we need to strike the balance between the optimal density and the walking and transit distance. So this is part of the way when we want to do a sustainability target, but then how to deal with the different measures and a different target that each of this sector will require. And as you know, in our government, each of this is a sectoral approach. Usually it's very hard to bring together into a common understanding because everybody works within their own sector and silo. So how to bring this about into a form and shape of the city of the future that allow all this function to happen. So we end up with a transit-oriented polycentric city to achieve the balance of city performance and sustainability by creating the road system that is public-oriented, targeted, and also with shuttle bus, autonomous BRT, metro, and airport train. They're all interconnected, but then there's also a network of bus system with certain transit radius where 80% of this hopefully will become a public transport-oriented, and it's 10 minutes to basic services and public transport, yeah? So within that, we built density around it, but then we allow also the breezes and the green network to penetrate through to make sure that within that 10 minutes, you end up also with greenery. So we end up with this model of what we call the archipelagic model of transit-oriented polycentric city. Within the 10 minutes of the station or public transport node, you can achieve this type of mix of uses, amenity, residential, working, and greenery all in one location. So you minimize your movement and you orientate on pedestrian. So the kind of like installation looks like this. So it's almost like a sprouting of cities, but then it's coming out of the land and respecting the greenery, respecting the also the blue lines, yeah, the riparian. So this end up with also the consequence of when we deal with the design of the detail area, then we need to create blocks of cities that allow the green penetration, but then also allow density to build up. So we create this type of urban design approach that has active age and also a mix of commercial to make sure that people want to walk, want to engage to the street, There's also a network of greenery and also parks and urban parks, both of natural and man-made. And then we also built certain layers of activity that allow people to mix. And very importantly, it's also the 10-minute concept, especially when we deal with the undulation of the land, because the land is very undulating. And people really get malas to walk around in Indonesia, especially during the heat of and also the humidity. So we allow also certain level of pedestrian connection. In fact, we go at all length to demonstrate how the city walking, the walking of the people can be improved by second level pedestrian connection. This is something that we model after like Hong Kong, where the hilly area, when people don't want to go up on the hill, they need to be helped with the network of more even level sort of like pedestrian connection to induce this kind of connectivity. And we also calculate how many interaction on the streets that you need to do. And this is the work that we did together with MIT, together with our studio to model this. So using a parametric approach to achieve the condition that we can have to achieve that kind of KPIs. It's important to play around with that too. So very quickly, just glance through all the result of that. So this is the working office. So we imagine the office will be close to the nature, but it's also highly connected among the other. And the office of the government is also very open to public instead of being enclosed. So we also take out the barrier of the fence, physical fence. So we want it more like a ground level or friendly. And also the wind also can allow the ventilation naturally flowing. And it's inspired also by our local vernacular architecture that used to be very respectful to the environment and to the nature, but then we start to forget about this. So we bring also the greenery, we bring also the accessibility directly to the working level of the ministry. So hoping that the ministry work closer among each other and breaking the barrier. And we also have the public access service for the ministry, but we also have the area for the interministerial cooperation area. And then we also have the area that for the government offices to work on the private side. So this is the kind of like environment that we see, we hope to see in the capital city, where people can walk very freely and approach the building without any fence. And if there is a rain, they can have a shelter in the arcaded walk. And also they can use bicycle, they can use public transport in the future. Then we hope that this is a kind of a new model for our cities, especially responding to the nature. And we hope that sustainability will be achieved through all the different sort of models and also parametric approach that we already try to introduce in the design of the capital city. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mas Barani. Very interesting presentation, so that we can catch the image for our new capital in Indonesia. Okay, we have 5 minutes left for discussion. I would like to ask from this room, is there any question? Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so first for the in the middle here. Please tell your name.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Faza, and I want to ask about this ICIAP project especially. So one of the background of this ICIAP project that made us able to develop such technological smart cities, modern features and etc. is that because we design it from scratch, right? So my question is, what is the approach for other cities in Indonesia that are also in need of development, but obviously already developed, maybe already developed poorly? So I think it is more complex rather than building from scratch. And I'm just curious on how you view this and what is your opinion on this, and maybe for example what will happen to Jakarta after IKN is already built. Will we sort of like just abandon that city because of its already poor development, or what's going to happen in other cities in Indonesia also that is already developed a little, but it certainly needs more futuristic approach, smart, green, and ecological approach in the future. Yeah, I think that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the second one, from my right side.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Septian. Related to IKN project, I want to ask about the plan to prevent informal sector at IKN, because as we know that Indonesia cities, like all of the Indonesia cities, is famous with their informal sector, whether it is PKL, pedagang kaki lima, or informal housing. So how is your plan to prevent the developing of informal sectors at IKN? Because even BSD district, Bumi Serpong Damai district, we often see, sometimes we often see pedagang kaki lima, PKL alongside the road. So how was your plan about informal sector in IKN? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's about informal sectors.
Yeah.
Please, Mas Ibaran.
Okay, so two questions. Yeah, it's probably related as well. Thank you very much for the very good question. I think let's go to the statement of whether we should abandon Jakarta when we move to a capital city. First of all, we are not moving the whole Jakarta, and we are not abandoning it, because we only take one function out of Jakarta city. Jakarta, as you know, has most of the services and most of the function happen in one location, including government. So we are only taking the government function away and all its related sort of like ecosystem. I cannot really source who, but then I think the discussion that we heard, it's only about 500,000 people that will be impacted and will be directly sort of like related to this movement. Whereas Jakarta is 11 million people and the working population is even more. So you will not feel much difference of what happened between Jakarta after the relocation of the capital city. So I don't think Jakarta will lose a lot, but in fact, Jakarta will have a lot of opportunity to review and reflect itself and see that the most important one is the keistimewaan, the specialness of the city of Jakarta will be moving to Kalimantan. That's where I think a lot of the businesses and also way we work and way we see things in Jakarta will be different, because Jakarta will be just like a city of Bandung or Medan or Surabaya. So with that, Jakarta needs to be more sort of like careful and also wise on how to move forward, and needs to really perform as a world-class city. And I think that's what the destiny of Jakarta is, one of the largest cities in Southeast Asia. And we already achieved certain level of wealth and income that is parallel to other primary cities in Southeast Asia. I mean, of course, Singapore is being an exception of that. But then, trying to reduce the energy consumption, try to also reduce the carbon dependency, try to also bring in policy that can help the city to grow in an efficient, but then also inclusive way. Because I think the issue about informal sectors come also from the economic the gaps, yeah, and social inequality that happens in many of the primary cities. So having all this soft and also policy-driven, apart from the physical plan, because I'm dealing with the physical plan, but then the implementation and also how to program the city needs to be done. And I think the government should also start to think about not necessarily governing from the top down, but also almost like being like a developer. They need to manage the city as if it's part of their, it's actually being really have a high ownership of the city. Then your attitude start to change, and you start to take care of more issues like probably social equality, provision of affordable housing. Affordability is also a key issues in primary cities. And the capital city, now I'm coming back to the capital city. Yes, you're right to say that it is very high tech and also all this very high target and smart, etc. But I believe there is Ibu Yani here also who deals also together with me in the team Ahli, the expert team in capital city, on how to blend the existing villages, because there are several kampongs and kelurahan within the Pasir Penajam and also Kutai Kartanegara district that needs to be integrated. And it's located in probably the other town. Right now, we are kind of like dodging the bullet by not having too much of the existing settlement affecting the KIPP or the core government area, although we do have one village that is adjacent to us. So one of the initiative is to really identify the need of the people and not to be exclusive, and trying to also bring in the typology that allow the UMKM and the informal sectors to be included into the plan. So like what you see in the rendering, it's all the government offices, but within that, each of the ground level, there is a layer of UMKM. There's a layer of also food courts. There's a layer of small little shops, which is not probably feasible from there, but the system is there. And it needs to be embracing the population, or also the players of the economy, that allows not only the big corporation or the big established entity, but also the informal sectors can be part of it. It's also happen also in our residential. It's not only in the commercial or in the office area. So the residential also have a ground level that has the kind of like small little shops, similar to probably in Singapore, Bu Nini, you have also the HDB at the bottom. You have these food courts, and some of the parking lots also have this kind of small little shops. So that's the kind of what I call more managed sort of informal sectors, and I think this is the kind of the behavior or pattern that we need to embrace in our new modern system, and we can still afford it within sort of like when we start from the scratch, and that's not necessarily have to be physical. The most important one, and I think the missing part that is big, that my concern about the capital city is also about the non-physical management of it, because we are used to run the city that's already existing, but we never start the city from the scratch. Managing the city from the scratch is another different game, and that skills mostly embraced by the developer, the private developer like BSD or Bintaro, where they start from the building from the scratch. But our government, local government, we always inherited the city. We never actually started from the scratch. So it needs to have a very different sort of mentality and also paradigm. So yeah, I hope with this capital city, there may not be a direct relevance to the existing cities because such a different nature of it. But I'm thinking that at least if we build this right, and if this progressing into a right direction, it will set up a target and a hope for other cities to follow. Like, oh, okay, if you want to do it in the best scenario, you should look at the capital city, although it's not equally similar, but then at least the aspiration can go higher. Because sometimes in Indonesian, in our society, we are a nation of precedents. Yeah, we like to see whether other things happen. And if we believe that it's happening somewhere else, then we start to follow that. But if there's no sort of like model or example, is harder to picture. So I hope that that's probably the effect that it can happen from the capital city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Barani. I think I also would like to give a chance for the Zoom from the Zoom group. Is there any question? No, there is no. Okay. Okay, one question, please. Ya, silakan.
Oke, selamat siang. Terima kasih Pak Sibarani. Saya Andang dari YKK PR&D Center. I'm very curious. Have you considered about the urban climate considerations? For example, how the temperature would be due to the land use change, and also how the wind environment would be, and temperature and humidity, because this is really affecting and determining how we designed and cool the buildings in Nusantara in a passive or in a hybrid way. Do you have any idea? For example, in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, and in Vinh City and Hanoi in Vietnam, they have considered about the urban climate considerations. How about Nusantara? Thank you, Pak.
Yeah. Thank you. I think it's a very also relevant question. A short answer to that: yes, we do realize that Pasir Penajam and Balikpapan is actually near to the equator. And when you were there, we visited the place many times. It's really hot. It's really humid. It's unbearable, actually, to be honest. And yet we haven't really built anything yet. So that's why one of our approach from the macro planning is to create these green fingers. And these green fingers serve as ventilation corridor, and we tried as much as possible to find also the wind pattern, the alignment of this green corridor to penetrate through using the pattern of the wind, and also the pattern of the riparian. So the combination of riparian and the wind hopefully will help to flush these heat islands. And we actually, I cannot show it here because I thought we don't have a lot of time. So we do have a series of models, yeah, that try to kind of like predict the wind, but then we put in also our building, and we put also the topography model, and try to run it and make sure that our building orientation will allow this wind to penetrate. So we call it more like a ventilated city model, or a breathable sort of like porous a city. So like, for example, we can do it on the bigger scale of in between of districts. Yeah. So we have this 100-meter wide green corridor, so allowing the wind to pass through. But we can also do it within the more micro scale of the architecture itself. We lift up the ground level, so allowing the wind to blow through the ground. And the ground is we try to make it without much walls, and it's not air conditioned, so we really try to let the breeze to pass through. So that will probably help to increase the comfort level. And the 2 degrees also, like I mentioned, will be also achieved by allowing the vegetation shading, making sure that one of the KPI is 80% of the road has to be shaded. So it's also interconnected. So, and also protected from the rain. So those are the kind of like effort that we make while we can afford it, because we can start to tweak, you know, the building around, because it's an empty site, right? Whereas in the existing city, you can't do it because it's already done like many years ago. So yeah, I mean, the short answer to that, yes, we take it to that consideration. But whether it can be done by, on the physical point of view, we only can regulate it through the guidelines. So the urban design guidelines has already been made, and we can configure all this building and use the KPI of the wind and the temperature reduction as part of the requirement for any developer who want to build anything in there. They need to prove that they can improve the climate condition by reducing the temperature. But whether it will be done or not, that's another thing. Yeah. So designing and planning a city is one thing, but then executing it and implementing it and making sure that everybody buy into that idea and the ideals and vision is another completely different games, which I just learned when we are already starting into the implementation of the city.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sibarani. Because of the time up, I should close this session. But before I close this session, I would like to make a just short conclusion. Learning from the lecture from Mbak Nini and Pak Sibarani, I would mention about some important words. Talking about urban resilience, we have learned about the word of sustainable versus the resilience. And for the resilience solutions, Nini has mentioned about the important word about the catalyst city. And from Pak Sibarani, we have learned about some words, important words here about the zero emission cities. Best technology should be also important here about in relation to the innovation, and in complete for the complete words from Bu Windu in the morning session about the ecology and nature. Pak Sibarani has add more important words about the environment. But last but not least is for the sustainable cities. Pak Sibarani is also add important words about it's not only the green word but also blue. Blue is important also for the sustainable cities. I think it's all of session here. I should close for the session, and please give big applause for the two presenters here. And now I would like to give back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yoyo, for moderating our second session today, and thank you to all speakers for the exciting discussions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time for a break, but before, I'd like to give you some announcements. To all participants who joined virtually, please don't forget to find the link for the attendance that is delivered in the chat box. Please remember that a certificate will be given to those who join this session fully. And to all of the participants who join in this building, the lunch will be available outside of this room. We will come back at 12:50, and we suggest you all be ready 10 minutes before. After the break, there will be invited speaker session and also keynote speaker session. And we also cordially invite you, all of the participants, to join the welcoming dinner at DTAP building that will be held at 5:30 p.m. precisely after the conference. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy your lunch, everyone.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management, related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, Postral also organized various trainings on transportation, logistic and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. Pustra also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini, karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini, karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini, karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini, karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussions nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini, karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini, karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in an infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organizes various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussions nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
The 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or ICIAP, this year will be conducted under the theme of Beyond Sustainability in Design, Planning, and Innovation. This conference will allow participants to discuss not only opportunities but also challenges in design, planning, and innovations. Another objective of this conference is to promote collaborations, multidisciplines, and also multi-sectors from all stakeholders related to design, planning, and innovations. Welcome to ICIAP 2022. Looking forward to seeing you all.
Hi, my name is Bambang Hari Bisono, the head of Center for Regional Development Planning Studies at Universitas Gadjah Mada. This center is also known as PSPPR UGM, is one of the research centers in UGM established in 1979, which focuses on current issues of regional development planning not only through the physical spatial dimensions, but also socio-economic and cultural dimensions, having direct and indirect implications on the future developments. We look forward to working closer with local and national governments and NGOs as well as international organizations, especially in solving our development problems. In these occasions, we are very proud to strongly support ICIAP 2022. Wish you all successful deliberations and regards from Yogyakarta.
International Conference in Architecture and Planning atau ICIAP kali ini sudah memasuki penyelenggaraan yang ke-6 atau ICIAP 6, dan isinya adalah presentasi dan diskusi tentang aspek-aspek arsitektur dan juga perencanaan wilayah dan kota. Kami berharap dan mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk hadir dan meramaikan acara ini karena ini adalah rangkaian acara yang pertama setelah pandemi dan kita merencanakan acara hibrid. Harapannya acara bisa meriah dan berjalan dengan lancar dan sukses seperti yang kita harapkan. Selamat datang di ICIAP 6.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 6th Biennial International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2022. After we had several agendas in the morning session, now we move on to the next agenda in this afternoon, which is invited speaker session. There will be 2 invited speakers today, and the session will be managed by our honorable moderator, Mr. Ika Putra, PhD. Mr. Ika Putra is a lecturer at Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He graduated from the Department of Architecture, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and he pursued his master's and doctoral degrees in the major of City Planning and Environmental Design, the Environmental Planning and Design Research Division, Graduate School of Osaka University, Japan. Now he holds several strategic positions, such as the head of Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada, advisory expert for creative industry, Dinas Perindustrian Yogyakarta, and advisory expert Dinas Lingkungan Hidup dan Perikanan Kabupaten Purworejo, Provinsi Jawa Tengah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ika Putra to lead the discussion.
Allow me to open my mask. Thank you very much, distinguished guests and participants, and also, of course, to special speakers, invited speakers from Singapore and also from Austria today. Why it's very special? Because ICIAP actually international conference on architecture and planning, but I think this time the landscape in the session has become the main topics, and I think this is very special for us, for ICIAP also. So thank you very much for coming, and also for be here. So I will ask my friends Mini to come, because I have some problem with the understanding the Zoom, because it's too far from me. So I hope that she will help me. There are 2 speakers, and the first speakers, Mr. Yeli Hendrik Terry. Hello, Mr. Yeli, are you there?
Selamat siang. Yes,
Selamat siang. Terima kasih sudah hadir, and I think I'm very happy to see you in this Zoom, because I apologize, or we apologize that you have misunderstanding with the time. Of course, this has happened with our committee, and I apologize for that. We're happy because we know that our alumni also as in the same consultant, and still in Rainbow Studio Drestil in Singapore. So I think this is one of the good network of us. May I read your CV, because it's very interesting, because very important. Of course, it's long. I am trying to make a brief. Mr. Yeli is a multidisciplinary landscape architecture practice seeking to raise awareness of the social and ecological value of water in urban design, specializing in the integration of art, urban hydrology, environmental engineering, and also landscape architecture within an urban context. There's professional and also expertise in landscape. He has drawn the project that respond to the interface between, this is very interesting, architecture and landscape, respecting the power of each entity to complement and reinforce one another. He has an affinity and deep love for the details. We hope that we can hear listening from you and have a good lesson learned of the detail of design. Prior in the joining Rainbow Studio Drestil, Mr. Yeli has over 18 years of professional experience designing and managing both large and small scale landscape, projects around the globe. He has developed and delivered high-profile projects, significantly contributing to the public realm from procurement through the implementation. Yeah, I think we will have a good sharing entitled "We Create Sustainable Societies When People and Nature Flourish." Well, your time is around 25 minutes, and then we will have another speakers from Australia, and then we have a 10 minutes discussion. So please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak, and thank you for everybody attending physically and online. I was in Yogyakarta about 3 weeks ago, so would have loved to do this physically, of course, but time and the agendas don't help out. Let me share my screen in the meantime. I've prepared for you a presentation that showcases some of the work and some of the thinking we do within Rumble Studio Dreicycle. I know it's a really difficult name, Rumble Studio Dreicycle. It's a German name. We are actually part of Rumble. Rumble is a engineering company with headquarters in Copenhagen, Denmark, founded by the two gentlemen in the image, Mr. Halleman and Mr. Rumble. And they had a very strong philosophy that sits today still within the studio, still within the works we do on an everyday basis. And you can read them yourself here, but it is really about empowering the people that we work with and to. Thus, that means that the teams that are within the studio, we want them to feel like they're part of everything that we stand for. Now, the work we do from Singapore is the Asian, is basically the Asian Pacific hub for everything that we do, including Indonesia, all the way until Australia, Japan, and China and India. That's basically our working location. We're with 400 of us. We have 2 offices here in Singapore. But in global perspective, we have 33 offices around the world. We have about 70,000 people working on engineering and design solutions and problems that you and I face on an everyday basis. And we offer services in the fields of architecture, landscape and master planning, buildings that's really that's more of a MMP and CNS, health and environment, which is really talking about the environment that you and I live in, energy, transport, and how we get to that landscape we live in, and the water component. And I want to stand a little bit still with that last component. Water sits in the integrated vision of everything that we do within Rumble Studio Dreicycle, because the world around us is changing in such a way that cities becomes more and more dense. People go more and more and live into those cities. There's a need to create cities that are livable, that are sustainable, that have a place for you and I to live in. At the same moment, we are consuming the earth from within. Is in we're producing more and we're digging more out of the earth than that the earth can give us back. So we need to start rethinking about how is this a sustainable way of living. And needless to say, one of the things that we see the most is climate changes. Over the last few weeks, it had rained a lot, not only here in Singapore, but around the world globally. While at the same moment, there are locations where it is too dry. So what we see is that the water balance is off. And the water balance is a critical feature that shows us what climate change means today. So as I said, it's either too dry or too wet, and that's a real problem. And we have to find solutions to think about this, and not only solutions that are driven by hardcore engineer solutions, but probably more about solutions that are given by nature and how we can use nature-inspired elements to transform and solve the problems that we have on an everyday basis. Now, we within Rumble, we strongly believe in sustainability and the impact that sustainability can have on the everyday life you and I have. We believe that our vision is founded on 4 pillars that are talking about decarbonization for net zero. So every building that Rumble will build will try to get as close to net zero. Every project we're on thinks about resilient societies and livable places for you and I. Every project we're working on thinks about the fourth economy and basically thinking about how our materials are reused, or if we can use other materials that have less impact, how do we do about that? And then last but not least is the biodiversity and ecosystems. We know that the global warming, if it continues to go as is, that will have a dramatic loss of biodiversity and ecosystems on the planet that we live in. So trying to find a solution for these elements is what we do on an everyday basis, and therefore we believe that we need to act responsible and be a partner for sustainable change. Because if you look at COP26, which was just held this year in Glasgow, and you look at the 10 global risks that are out there over the next 10 years, look at the ones that I've highlighted in green. Those are the ones that we as designers, planners, architects, and landscape architects and engineers can have a positive impact on. So if we change, the change will continue to find their way into our projects and eventually into our everyday life. As landscape architects and architects, we believe that we have a real agenda here at hand, and it's really thinking about climate change and how materials can be less carbon. Improving of biodiversity, reducing of our materials or the hazard materials that we use within our buildings, and how land and land systems can change in the benefits and compromise and basically build out the idea of designing for extreme weather. We believe that successful climate resiliency is only possible with an all-society, multi-scalar, integrated approach implemented over time. Now, how does that look like? We believe it looks like this. An integrated solution whereby landscape, water management, built environment, transportation, all coexist next to each other, with each other, and creates a diagram that is multiple layered for you and I, and then focusing on you and I as people, for us to live and work in, to play in, to get close to nature, and for nature to basically come as deep as possible within our cities, and so that we can coexist with them. Because let's be honest, we're taking their space, not the other way around. Now, when you think about it from a project perspective, and this is where it becomes, of course, interesting if you talk about strategies and if you talk about sustainability and a sustainable approach and respond to that, you need to have a closer look into the projects we do. I'm bringing you or transporting you basically to Jiangxi River, which is in Chengdu, where we deliver innovative design backed up by data and evidence. And the data and evidence is in this case very important because it allows us not only to give technical expertise and be the expert in what we do, but also to allow us to think how we can move this into design. Now, Chengdu makes the jump across the mountains towards the west and develops a new area of about 100 square kilometers for a new city next to their new airport. We've been the landscape architect for the Central Park. The Central Park is a landscape that coexists, that is there, that has an agriculture function in it, but has huge problems from a water management point of view. We've solved, or through our master plan, we're trying to solve three key elements. The economics of the place, really thinking about how can we continue to develop this landscape through economical means and methods. There's agriculture there, there's R&D there, there is education there. The second one is the ecological factors. Really thinking about how water can be designed for and with, how we can change the issues on water management and restore some of the habitats that are there. And then last but not least is the enjoyment. That's again where you and I as people come in and how we are integrated within that landscape. Today, focusing on sustainable design and how nature-based solutions can look at master planning and design in general, I'm focusing on the ecological part. The ecological part is basically founded on the river, Jiangxi River. During the wet season, about 80% of the waterfalls. Outside the season, we've got barely to no water. So that landscape is very dry and in one side, and it's very wet on the other side. And we've got floods everywhere happening, and that creates real problems. What you see in the diagrams below is that through extensive modeling, we figured out what the problems are and how we can try to solve them. Because the solution is very simple. If you reduce the amount of water that flows into the river during the wet season, you store it locally, and then you discharge it into your dry season, you actually make a huge contribution to the problems that exist within that landscape. So the solution is twofold. One, harvest rainwater, store it into detention ponds on the higher land, let it flow through your landscape during the dry season, and eventually, if there's more water than needed, you pump it back to your detention ponds and allow the river to flow and to swell when need be during rain season as well, to allow him to give space, basically give space to the river in this case. This creates a water strategy that is sustainable and reactive to the place it lives in. And this is then how it could look like from a design point of view, whereby you create these huge detention volumes at the higher grounds of that land, storing that rainwater during the wet seasons and releasing it during your dry seasons into the fields. Now, these detention ponds cannot be monofunctional. They cannot just be detention volume. They have to be double layered with other programs and functions. For example, these detention ponds are ideal locations to create habitats for fauna and flora to live. But these fauna and flora, they can also be productive. For example, lotus is a well-eaten fruit and vegetable within the China context. And thus we introduce a new form of agriculture within that landscape. And that landscape needs to be publicly accessible so that you and I can understand what is going on and can get close to that landscape, can get close to nature, can get close to seeing where our products and our vegetables and fruits are coming from. And then within the river, you think about locations where that river can overflow, where you need a weir, where you need a dam, or other means and methods to channel the water to the place that you want it to be. For example, reopen old arms of the river to allow that to be used during rain season as a detention volume to avoid flooding to be happening anywhere else. And then combine that again with creating nature, create new habitats for fauna and flora to live in alongside the valley of the river. Allow people again to get close to it, to see it, and to experience the beauty of that landscape that you've just created through education value, but also recreation within that space itself. All in all, this creates a plan, a master plan for a 24 square kilometer that says, this is how we're going to develop this landscape. And step by step, our client is currently building this out, starting with the most important thing, detaining and holding water. That water will be cleaned before it is discharged and so on. And thus what we're doing, we're solving an integrated program or an integral problem from the site from within, really thinking about how stormwater management can be the lead of transformation processes in the long run. Now that brings me immediately to one of the projects that you may have visited if you came to Singapore before the COVID case, is Bishan Park. This is a place where we basically design with water and nature as a resource, a place that creates its own strong identity and narrative for the place we live in. Bishan Park is part of a network of water systems and canal systems within Singapore that we call the Central Detention Catchment Area. Before, in 2008, this was a concrete canal with a park space adjacent to it and the living environment next to it. It was a completely segregated and non-defined space in a way where people couldn't get to. The promise we gave them as part of the design for Bishan Park is to create a river park, a landscape that allows people to get close to that water instead of being separated from it. Now, the transformation can't be bigger than the image you see on the screen right now. From a concrete canal to a riverbed, a river park, a landscape that is green, where water flows like a natural river through that space, fully accessible for the people of the community living around within this space. The trick and the goals that were set here was really clear. If we continue to work as is, nobody will get additional space, because let's be honest, we only have so much land. If every authority, in this case, Utility Board of Singapore, who takes care of our rainwater, and the park, National Park Board, who takes care of our green space, if they continue to say, no, this is my space and I need more space for me, then somebody will have to give. But if we collaborate, if we think across the boundaries, then suddenly we can create a lot more. We can create much more space for each other. That's what the river park is doing, creating much more space for water, creating much more space for fauna and flora, and in this case, the park space to get to. Not only is it thinking about across the boundaries, but it's also thinking differently and not thinking it as an engineered form anymore, but really thinking of how nature can give us solutions to address the problems that you see on the left-hand picture. Trying these concrete canals, transforming them into these natural riverbeds, and then creating an environment around it that allows us to be close to nature. These are the images that you can see today when you visit the park space. This river valley that is very naturalistic with that water flowing through, and for you and I to get very close to that river. In that river is where fishes live. We can get close to them. We can talk to them. The biodiversity is there. We can enhance and get close to the animals that live within a river park. And really, we can create this environment that creates experiences for you and I to tell to our little ones, but at the same moment, also the possibility to talk about ecology, education, creating awareness of nature within the city. Now, nature has taken it over and has, in a way, transformed the space to its own benefits. And we did some studies together with the colleagues of NOS, the university here in Singapore, whereby we gave them the plan drawings of how we designed the project. This is one of those plan drawings that you can see on the screen. In 2018, NOS went into the field and did an analyze and redraw the river. Here is the before and after plan. The after plan shows a complete transformation of how we started the landscape and how we designed it out into its construction documentation, and how nature has taken it over. Birds fly around, they eat seeds, they poop, the seeds, they start to grow, and nature starts to redevelop. Certain plants don't like to stand into, for example, the flow of a river, and thus new plants have started to grow within it. And also, the maintenance of this park has transformed the landscape in such a way that it became more diverse. Here are the stats between the changes in species 2012 versus 2018. But also the changes in the square meters of area of vegetation is interesting to note that from a minimal space, it started to grow into something much more. The richness of species, we started with a base, and we have now, let's call it a triple-folded diversity of nature within that space. What it means is that although we design with nature, and although we design for nature, nature will take it over after a while and transform it into his benefits as well. And of course, when nature, and in this case, green spaces are created within the cities, animals are taking it over. We've got at this moment 2 otter families living within this 65-hectare landscape, and this is now their home. They're taking care of it as we speak. And you and I can get close to it. And then that last thing is that as part of the philosophy that every raindrop counts within Singapore, and we harvest all of our rainwater as much as possible, we've seen how this river has swelled over time. The image you're seeing is a 1 to 50-year storm event calculated out and designed out by the studio in 2017, and it is built this way, and it actually worked. What happens is that this river swells, there's more water can be detained within that landscape, and the rest of the neighborhood remains dry and accessible. A similar event happened earlier in the year, whereby, again, we had a 1 to 50-year storm event, and the river showed the possibilities of creating more space for the river, creating more space for water. Yes?
Could you finalizing your presentation?
Of course. And I think with this, what I'm trying to say is that with Bishan Park, we've been trying to show that you can design with nature, and that eventually as a designer, we have to hand it back to the public. The images that you're seeing right now is the public reacting to the floodings that happened within 2022, and basically the community taking over and saying, look, this park has been designed this way. What the images show you is that we don't know everything, and also we have to test. These are our needs and methods. This is our test bed from a nature-based solution to ensure the river stays within the riverbed. It gives you an image after construction, an image after the build out, and about a year later when that landscape starts to take over and more. And thus everything is engineered. This is fully bioengineered as a background, but it's fully designed towards the idea that nature can take this over. And thus this landscape transforms from a separated, non-integrated landscape into a river valley that combines the means and methods for you to get close to nature, for you to get close to that water, understand what is going on, and for nature to come back into the city. And this is how we build sustainable cities. This is how we believe that we can be part of the landscape, that we can be part of the agenda that is set out as a sustainable partner, and really a strong belief from our side to really strongly believe in the ideas that you can be sustainable in the work you do on an everyday basis. And with that, I would like to end my presentation. My name is Jelle Terrie. I'm Design Director at Rumble Studio Dreisaitl. You can find us on the different social accounts, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yale. It's very interesting to see the implementation of the concept of the Mr. Yale works, and I think we learn very much on two things. One is like thinking or concept of how the Rumble Studio Dreisaitl working for landscape, and I realized that you started with you have to love people around you, and you have to working and living with the nature next to you. The two things is become your daily basis developing the landscape design. I think this is one of interesting. Of course, part of them you put it on water important component, which you said it always change, become one of the interesting or important component for your design. Keep on to see the next presentation, but before that, please give applause for Mr. Yale first. Okay, thank you very much, and stay tuned, Mr. Yale. I will invite it, Mrs. Professor Dagmar Grim Pretner. Hello.
Hello.
Guten Morgen.
Good afternoon. And thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, Guten Morgen.
Yeah, Guten Morgen.
I think in the morning, right?
Yes, it's 8 o'clock, now 8:30.
Okay, we get a Hinan?
Sorry?
How are you? So I just trying to practice my small Deutsch. Yes. Yeah, we met 3 or 2 months ago via Zoom, Prof. Dagmar, and thank you for allow us to invite you to this really good occasion, ICIAP conference. And well, I will read your brief CV. Professor Dagmar Grim Pretner studied landscape architecture and teach and research at the Institute of Landscape Architecture, University of Natural Resource and Life Science in Vienna since 1993. Her research and writing focus on contemporary landscape architecture and urbanism. Important issues are public open spaces, intensely populated urban areas, and the interrelation of usage and design of open spaces. I think this will be complementary with Mr. Chill, because you put it on populated density as one of the component you have to solve the issue on that. So we will happy to hear from you because your presentation entitled Green Infrastructure as Opportunity Towards Sustainability, discussing network and skills. Both is have on sustainability, Jill and also Ibu Dagmar. So now the time is your, Prof. Dagmar.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen now.
Yeah. Yeah?
Okay.
It's ready?
Yeah. So, thank you again for giving me the opportunity to talk to you within this framework of your conference. Over the last few years, green infrastructure has been an important topic in research and policy agreements. And in my presentation, I will shift the focus from the single elements to integrative solutions and networks. And I will discuss these issues on the example of Vienna, the capital city of Austria, which is a growing city and has at the moment approximately 2 million inhabitants. The goal is to stimulate the discussion about system thinking and how to connect the environment, economy, and social and spatial equity through designing green infrastructure. The green infrastructure is defined as a strategically planned network of natural and semi-natural areas with other environmental features designed and managed to deliver a wide range of ecosystem services. So what are the natural and semi-natural areas we have in Vienna? For one thing, it's the so-called Viennese forest in the west of the city. Then the Danube River system with the inundation land. And yeah, this is mainly the big landscape areas. And in the center here is the densely built up city area. This is the city center. And north of the river are the large development areas for housing. So this is the framework where we discuss this infrastructure topic. So in the policy programs of the city, the value of green and blue infrastructure is recognized. But the question is, how can this network be established? And what are the overall goals? What are the challenges? And what does this network consist of? So just to name two challenges, this is for one thing, the population growth, which leads to an increased pressure on open spaces, on spaces which are used for urban development, for housing, but it also leads to a pressure on the existing green and open spaces and leads to an overuse of the spaces. And the second big challenge, we heard already in the first presentation a lot about it. It's the climate change and the urban heat island we have to cope with. So building a network of green infrastructure, let us look at the city scale to begin with. It needs a strategic framework for the green and open space planning. And in Vienna, we have a strategic framework, the Urban Development Plan. It's called STEP 2025. And this framework is complemented with several specialist concepts. And in our case, we're interested in the case of green space, the specialist concept of green and open space, and green space guiding principles. So the major strategy of the city of Vienna within the urban development is to initiate a positive influence on the urban climate by introducing more, let's just call it more green into the city. The motto is city green instead of air conditioning. So the main idea within in the green spaces guiding principle, the main idea is quite simple. It's about preserving and using the existing green structures and adding new structures. So the existing green structures is the forest in the west, it's the agricultural land north of the river, the Danube, Danube River system. But the big challenge is, how can these existing landscapes be connected? the goal is to create an evenly woven network across the city as a central component of the regional green space system. That relevant green structures exist is owed to a big decision almost 120 years ago. As early as 1905, the city government made the decision to protect the so-called forest and meadow belt around the city. And this, it was called belt, but it was mainly established in the west because of the forest in this area. And over the years, it was the big aim to complete this belt by adding areas in the east of the city, north of the river, in the large development areas. So there have been other programs which tried to close this so-called green belt. I just want to name the guiding principle plus, which it was called Open Space Net Vienna. And because it was so obvious that the belt around the city is not enough for the inhabitants to live in the densely built up areas, to have the influence was not big enough from the belt. So the main idea at the moment is how can we establish a network which connects the larger natural and semi-natural areas to the city and provide those provide those services which are expected from green infrastructure, from nature-based solutions. Yes, and this is where the green infrastructure topic comes in. How can this belt be transformed to a network? Partly, so we have this overall planning, and there are of course several special requirements in sectoral planning, and this is for example, the urban heat island strategy to mitigate the heat island. And the aim of this strategy is to demonstrate various actions and the implementations to reduce the heat in the summer months, to make them a priority for future urban development. And it's in those sectoral planning, it's also about reducing the surface runoff, improving the water cycle, relieving the sewer system, and improving the biodiversity. So it's a lot about ecosystem services, and green infrastructure has become a fundamental concept for improving the urban environment. But what is very important is it's also a design topic. We must not forget that those nature-based solutions have to be designed to build a network together. This map just gives you a short impression of the urban heat island in the city and in the surrounding, and describes a little bit the problem we are confronted with. These are the number of heat wave days in the 61 to 90, in those 30 years. It was an average of 9.6 heat wave days, meaning the temperature is above 30 degrees Celsius. And this increased in the last years up to 21 heat wave days. So, one of the consequences of the ongoing densification and the loss of open and unsealed open space is the intensification of the urban heat island, which can be seen very clearly in those days. And Yeah, and the trend is exacerbated by global warming. Urban heat islands impact heat-related illnesses and entail a higher cooling demand and cost. But they also mean that we have to cope with more damaging storms and storm surges, increased river flooding, and combined sewer overflows that are more frequent and more intense. But what also can be seen in this picture is that within the city, there are significant differences in temperature depending on the degree of surface sealing and the existing of green and blue infrastructure. So the already mentioned consequence of climate change is related to the water in the city, and it is either too much or it is too little, meaning that the high amount when there are heavy rainfalls and the high amount of the seal surfaces in the open space combined with the low canopy cover of the trees lead to a rapid surface runoff during heavy rainfalls. And also the buildings have little greening, and this leads to a low retention, a low groundwater recharge, a low evaporation, and to flooding. On the other hand, there are days or weeks during the year where there is too little water, where the longer dry periods are getting longer and longer. And as we saw on the heat island map, which leads to an increased water stress for the trees and increased susceptibility to phytopathogens. It's the formation of heat islands, of course. It leads to tree death and a low recharge of groundwater, and altogether to a decreasing groundwater level. So what does the elements of green infrastructure are nature-based solutions we can work with? And as I mentioned, we have to design. And yeah, how can those two contrasting situations, there's too much water, too little water, be combined? It can be combined by combining and designing different nature-based solutions, like green streets, green roofs, green swales, biological engineering, just to name a few. And many of them apply to water management, or at least have influence on the water balance. The nature-based solutions, as a single nature-based solutions, may provide multiple functions and services, but it is about the combination of different nature-based solutions which provide multiple functions and services, like evapotranspiration, which leads to cooling. They provide shading, air purification, biodiversity. But what is very important is that it's also about experiences. It's about aesthetics and also about the qualities for the uses. And of course, the stormwater management and rainwater management are very important components of this concept. And what is also important for me to mention is that the design of nature-based solutions cannot be separated from open space design. Just another look on the urban drainage as we have it in the city at the moment. Green stormwater infrastructure provides urban drainage as an integrative solution in contrast to traditional canalization based on the techniques of the 19th century. So that the water is primarily regarded as a problem. It has to be removed as rapidly as possible into sewers, into surface waters, into the groundwater via dry wells. On the opposite, that the green infrastructure seeks integrative solutions and water is recognized as a resource. It's about protecting the water cycle to harvest the rainwater, and water is seen as an amenity. In the following, I will show you 4 examples how designed nature-based solutions are contributing to green space network on different scales and in different urban contexts. So the first example is situated in a densely built up urban areas, as it can be seen in this picture. And the question is of how designing these nature-based solutions is, how can it lead to a qualitative upgrading of the public and private open space? And how can new types of open space be developed, and how should they be designed? And how can a multiple use of open space be realized? The first example is a very small urban square, which is surrounded by market stalls. And the project uses rainwater for improving the site conditions for the urban trees and creating an open space for the neighborhood. It is one of the first sites in Vienna where they apply the so-called sponge city principle for trees, which expands the vegetation base layer under the paved surfaces. It can be seen here. And it uses a large pore volume material for the gas exchange in the soil, and partially filled with fine materials for plant available storage water, for plants available storage of water and nutrients. So it's about collecting the water from the roofs of the market stalls, from the surface of the inner square, and making it usable for the trees, the newly planted trees. It is a very small square. There's less than 3,000 square meter. You can see the market stalls around here. And this is the inner square where this, where this technique is applied. And what was important in this project, and this leads also to the topic of spatial justice. So who is profiting from the measures we are taking? And so in this context, it was important in those market stalls are small shops, but there are also small restaurants. And it was important that the restaurants have their seating area on the outside, as next to the streets, around here and around here, and that the center of the square is free of consumption. So otherwise, the seating areas of the restaurants would have grown larger and larger, but it was the aim that this small space is upgraded. And
Entschuldigung.
Yep.
Could you just finalize your presentation? The time is short.
Okay, sorry. So this is just a few impressions, and it's about a living space for the neighborhood, and the water feature, of course, is a big attraction for the children. I just want one other example, and this is called. This is based on the. It's called Superblock. It is a concept which was developed in Barcelona, and it was applied to city quarter in Vienna, which The general idea is to have a traffic calming at the very beginning and then provide more open space for the inhabitants by reorganizing the streets. So, okay, I just, yeah, this is a pilot phase which is taking place at the moment, and it is a participation process going on. And what can be seen here, those pink areas, this is not the design, it's just in the pilot phase. Yeah, they make it visible where measures will be undertaken. And in a future process, they will plant trees, they will take off the asphalt and so on and so on. And it's a pilot phase where the participation process is very important. I skipped this in the urban expansion area. What is important for me to mention is that implementing nature-based solutions is also socially relevant. It's a social issue, and it can take place, for example, within the cost frame of affordable housing, which is an example here, which was planned in Vienna. And yeah, this project won the environmental prize. Just to a short summary, urban open space must meet multiple requirements, and these requirements are intertwined in urban open space by design. And the design of nature-based solutions cannot be separated from open space design. And designing nature-based solutions is also about social and spatial equity. Where are the measures undertaken? What measures are undertaken? Who benefits? And who is involved? What we can see that the planning structure and the planning culture is changing. It's changing the collaboration between the departments within the city, and it also can be seen in the role of the landscape architects. In many projects, the landscape architects and the urban designers take the lead. And designing nature-based solutions means creating site-specific integrative solutions which are part of a citywide network of green spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Dagmar. And yeah, I think one of the most important issue you mentioned is that with populated density, there is a phenomena called urban heat island. Yeah, this is one of the important things, that even you know that the Vienna have already old forest or green, you call forest and meadow belt, you still needed more green. You have Danube rivers, as you mentioned, as a blue space, but still green network should be developed. And you give examples with various scale, from small rooftops, vertical planting, into the super blocks of Venice block. I think this is a good example we can learn from you. Thank you for that. And Pak Yil and also Prof. Dagmar, and I have 2 questions from audience. Let me read it for, I think, both. One is Mr. Terry and the other one is for Prof. Dagmar. For Mr. Jelly, your project is coming from who? From Nazarudin. Your project in Singapore is very interesting. You create a more naturalistic landscape by deleting the man-made concrete and rigid features. It is like you have a time stone to rewind the landscape to the state before disturbed by human. However, most cases in Indonesia and many developing countries, it is the other way around. And I'm sure in the 70s, Singapore is doing the same in that landscape. Some say that your design in Singapore Rewind the Landscape can only be built in developed country. When maintaining the park, cleaning and trash management, informal business, strict rules, water management, etc., are already well organized and managed by community and political culture that respect them all. So if developing countries want to copy what you are doing, they must handle their natural economic, political and social problem first. What is your opinion? Maybe this is for Pak Yil. So I will read for Prof. Yeah, I put from both Mr. Yil and Dr. Dagmar. Both of your presentation are very interesting. I like the idea of the transformation from concrete features near water chains back to natural landscape again. Same case with Mr. Farid. Indonesia have many wet river with settlements along with it. Most of construct on river body. What about your idea? It is possible to keep the settlement and reorganize it with natural landscape design, like make a floating house, for example, or it is a must to make a setback and prohibited the settlement construct on a river body. So I think both questions, for you, and we happy to hear from you both.
I like the idea of rewilding nature, or rewilding the landscape. It's a really good quote. I hope I can use that later on in one of my presentations too. But yes, you are right. Is in Singapore had gone through a similar situation whereby we had a system that was quite naturally, we made it into concrete canals, and now we're starting to rethink those concrete canals. Has that to do with the way Singapore has built himself and how the big cleanup of the city has taken place? Probably it has. Now, can you copy this to other countries? Definitely, because that's what we do. That's why we're actively working on projects within Indonesia, Vietnam, India. You call it out, landscapes that have similar problems, communities that have similar problems. What I would like to say to you is that what you don't see is what you don't like. What you don't see is what you can't love. If you can see the water, if you can get close to the water, you can love it. If you can make the water as small as just a rain harvesting ton next to your house, then you're also contributing with a WCD feature. If you can add a green roof to your building, you're adding value to not only to your building, but to the surrounding context that you're living in. So I think nature-based solutions is about small elements and how we set these smaller elements into bigger systems together, but they work as one. Together you harvest water, together you build habitats out. So my response and my opinion to you is, sometimes we have to love the small one. And we have to love that feature that lays there. Because from the moment we love it, then we'll take care of it. If, for example, Bishan Park was not accessible for pedestrians, then probably a similar occasion would happen whereby we throw our trash as well into that water. So if we can get close to it, if I can get into that water, if we can see the fishes and the animals living within that water, we'll take care of it. We'll create awareness on our end. We'll create educational value on our end. And thus, we will take care of it and protect it with our own values as well. And thus, what I'm trying to say is that the community engagement in many of the projects we do is super important. So when you think big, think also small. That's probably what I'm trying to explain with what nature-based solutions could mean also within the Indonesian context. And as said, we're doing work within Indonesia whereby we bring these nature-based solutions and we create new spaces for the rivers. We create new spaces for rainwater harvesting within existing cities, within existing settlements. So again, think small or start small, but think big. And start to love that feature that lays out there.
Thank you, Pak Yale. Prof. Dagmar. So I think the question is sounds similar, that you have you work for rewinding again the landscape in Vienna by introducing a various scale of the green space using the open space. So what is your opinion how that can happen to other quote unquote developing countries or countries that not yet developed, like Vienna, for example?
I think that green infrastructure, or the discussion about green infrastructure, is very much discussed as a policy issue. And this means that people should be convinced on an intellectual level. And I think it is very important to discuss green infrastructure as a design issue. And this means that at the end, people want to have it.
Yeah, meaning that when you think about how we sustain our city, then one of the most important thing is to back to the nature, something like that. And I think Yale and your works also, this is a nice term, rewinding the nature, give back the nature to rules for our life. And you say one of the strategies is using the greening infrastructure policy, infrastructure. But I think you both agree with it's not the matter of designing, but that was the matter of how people work and how the policy facilitated them. Is it not? Is it right? So the policy and people working together for greening.
Well, if you would take the example of Singapore, we have what we call ABC. ABC stands for Active, Beautiful, Clean Water here within the city, and it intends and the idea behind it is that we harvest rainwater through green roofs, rainwater harvesting tanks. We clean and reuse that water within our properties. The beauty is that it is a guideline. You can, as a developer, as a person, you can connect to it or not, and you can get a certification out of it. Now, guidelines are great, but they also need to mean something. For example, Kampung Admiralty is platinum gold, ABC, and what it does, it harvests 40% of its rainwater. If you think about harvesting 40% of your rainwater on a 1 hectare site, that means you're harvesting about 4 million liters of water. That 4 million liters of water you can use for your irrigation of your green roof. You don't need to use your tappable water anymore. So I think that what I'm trying to explain is in water is gold. It is something that we get for free. Use it, make it your own, play with it, allow it to be seen, allow people to get close to it, because that's how you transform that thing that comes out of the sky for free. And you transform it into something that is meaningful for you to get close to. It helps you with your wallet. It helps nature. It makes us better people. We have less stress on an everyday basis when we get closer to nature. So we're all benefiting from it. So green-blue infrastructure is something that is there. We have to design for and with it, and it gives something back to the place we live in. And I think that's the beauty of green-blue infrastructure in its own, or it's really something simple, but you need to make use of it, and you need to get close to it, and you need to layer it up. And when I say layer it up, allow people to go close to it, allow people to play with it, allow nature to take it over, make that water body a living organism that you can get close to. And then magic happens within the cities. And if you want to call that rewinding or rewinding landscape, or if you want to call that rewinding or whatever, I think it's still about we as human beings transforming and using nature as a solution to solve problems that we've got to deal with on an everyday basis.
Excellent. Yeah, I want to extend the discussion, but of course the committee is not allowing me because it's already time. But I want to have last word from Prof. Dagmar.
Yes, I hope this discussion is developing, and that we see the opportunities we have in those nature-based solutions, but not just thinking about the environmental benefits we get, but also connected to the inhabitants, to the needs of the inhabitants, and how they can be involved.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dagmar, and also Pa Yale. And I have to say thank you very much, and I ask you to give a big applause to both of our invited speakers. Thank you very much, and auf Wiedersehen.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, and I give back to the MC. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ika Putra, as our moderator today, and also Bu Yeni Rahmawati. Please, you may come back to your seat. And thank you to all speakers in the invited speaker session this afternoon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next session, the keynote speaker session. There will be 2 keynote speakers for this session and will be moderated again by our honorable moderator, Professor Bhakti Setiawan, PhD, or we usually call him Prof. Bobby. Please, Professor Bobby, the time is yours.
Baik, terima kasih. Selamat siang. Good afternoon, everyone. Ibu, bapak-bapak. Well, we are entering sleepy session. Since it's already 2 something, but I'm sure that with 2 prominent speakers, all of us will be wake up and listening to very interesting presentation. From one, I would like to invite Pak Sudaryono, Professor Sudaryono, to join to the stage. Pak Daryono, Pak Daryono is our senior professor. Even we can call him as a guru, you know. Tepuk tangan untuk Pak Daryono, ya. Applause for Pak Daryono, ya. I don't like to read quite long biography or CV of Pak Daryono. Everyone knows, but I would like to highlight that he's quite influential, in our department, especially in introducing phenomenology, and this approach so far already resulting in so many interesting, important dissertation, especially in relation to the local theory and in the field of architecture and planning. So that is something that we have to remember Pak Sudaryono, and put a very high value to his, as the professor in the Department of Architecture and Planning. Later on, then we will have another guru from the other side of the world, Pak Professor Michael Petty. We call him Pak Mike, and he's also guru, from the UCL, very famous. If you read some of his book, 27 books, from Pak Mike, and one that I like very much is the Inventing Future City. For those who read that book, very interesting. Pak Michael, Pak Betty, Pak Mike, good morning, I guess, Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Professor, and thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, we met, I listening to your lecture during the World Planning School Congress in Bali. Was very nice, excellent one.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. But we will start by Pak Sudaryono, Professor Sudaryono here, in which he's going to present a very important topic relating to our theme beyond sustainability, and his topic will be entropy. Yeah? Something very interesting. But without further ado, because of the time, so please, Pak Sudaryono, you have 15 to 20 minutes, hopefully, not more than 20 minutes. Yeah. And then later on, with no discussion, we continue with the second speaker, Pak Mike from London. Pak Daryono, please. Yeah. Tepuk tangan biar. Are you going to share your slide directly or the committee? Committee ya. Tolong ya Mbak ya. Please help Pak Sudaryono.
Okay, thank you very much Pak Bobby, and good morning Prof. Betty. Okay, thanks very much for Puyani and the committee to give me opportunity to make a presentation on this very honorable meeting, yeah, the 6th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning. Okay, the title of my presentation today is, may I have my slide? Okay, the limits to growth and entropy paradigm for future direction of Indonesian cities. Yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay, let me start with two keywords of my presentation today. The first keyword is limits to growth. This is an old concept which was advanced 50 years ago, but still very relevant in coloring and influencing development thinking in the world up to the present day. And the second keyword is entropy. Yeah. One terminology and concept, yeah, and as well as a paradigm that I will emphasize in this presentation. Next. Yeah. Okay, the limits to growth is an important report submitted to the Club of Rome in 1972 by MIT team. And the basic premises of the limits to growth is apprehension of first dominant elements and their interaction that influence long-term behavior of our world systems. And the second, the world system is simply not ample enough to accommodate much longer egocentric and conflicting behavior. And the closer we come to the material limits to the planets, the more difficult this problem will be tackled. And the third, that growth of population, land occupancy, production, consumption, and waste, because blindly assuming that the environment will permit such expansion because science and technology will support it. And the fourth is the present growth will overshoot the carrying capacity of this planet and implies ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. And the core of the matter is not only whether the human species will survive, but even more whether it can survive without falling into a state of worthless existence. And the goal of the report was to provide warnings of potential world crisis if these trends are allowed to continue, and thus offer an opportunity to make changes in political, economic, and social systems to ensure that this crisis do not take place. Okay, next slide. Okay, now we discuss about entropy and the universe. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is a picture that was taken from the video of Agent Kutovyansky, 2013. I think it's a very interesting video, showing the implication of the growth of human activities to entropy of the universe, and further will bring the universe to the end. Okay, next slides. Okay, the term and concept of entropy is rooted in the theory of the laws of thermodynamics introduced by Clausius in 1850. And there are two laws in the Clausius theory of thermodynamics. The first law describes the nature of energy, which states that energy cannot be created and the amount of energy in the universe is constant. While the second law of thermodynamics from Clausius, which later inspired him to build the theory of entropy, states that the direction of energy transfer always occurs from hot state to cold state and never found reverse. And the second, transfer of energy is always brings condition from order to disorder. Entropy will never decrease, it will continue to grow. And entropy will bring the universe to an end. Okay, next slide. Okay, entropy is an abstract concept, and it is very difficult to be understood. Okay, this picture tries to show a simple definition and concept of entropy. Here, entropy is understood as order and disorder. And we can see the left picture showing condition that if energy is in the formation of a solid system or nature system, then entropy is low, meaning that the system is in order condition. And the right picture showing condition that if energy is dispersed, then entropy is high, meaning that the system is in disorder condition. It is because of human intervention or caused by disaster. Okay, next picture. Again, these pictures are showing the condition of order and disorder of a system. The left picture showing that if a room is in order, then entropy is low. And the right picture showing that if a room is in disorder or messy, then entropy is high. Okay, next. This is the entropy principle of Clausius. This principle shows that in an isolated system, no mass, heat, or work can enter the system. It means that the system doesn't accept any external intervention. And within the system, there are subsystems and surroundings. When each subsystem receives works, then each subsystem will produce heat. And the total amount of heat produced by a subsystem divided by the temperature at the boundary is always less than equal to 0. It's like so in the formula. It means that all process of works on the system cannot be written to the beginning of the process or irreversible. There are always residual or footprints left behind. In the ecosystem issues, this is called as the environmental footprint. If we take this analogy of the entropy principle to the universe as an isolated system, we will find the same condition, that the Earth as a subsystem of the universe will receive work both from nature and from humans, and it will produce heat. And the amount of heat produced will result in a residue and will always increasing the entropy. So the entropy of the universe will always increase, especially after the Industrial Revolution. The Earth received massive human intervention, and the trend is always increasing. This is the consensus of the Club of Rome in 1972 through the declaration of the Club of Rome. Okay, next slide. In the 1850, 1860, entropy was only studied by science, including physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. But since 1960s, the study of entropy has entered an open system, widely studied by ecology, landscape, sociology, psychology, economics, industry, architecture, and urban planning. Okay, next slide. Let me show some examples of entropy as open study. Okay, next slide. Next slide, yeah, okay. One example of early study of open entropy is a study conducted by Vincent Siciliano in 1976. This is a very important study. Yeah. The findings of Siciliano mention that entropy is time error. Increasing energy level of city is always followed by increasing size of city. The problem of city size is resource allocation, and cities are system within system of cities. A city has a maximum size limit. As time goes on, the energy level of city is also increasing and leads to the increasing city size. And policy and planning could lower the growth of city size not to exceed maximum size limit. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, the second example of open entropy comes from a study of Carl Judge, 1979, in the field of political science, with his very strong proposition stating that imperialism stealing low entropy and leaving behind high entropy. Interdependency has a stronger potential for creating damage than for creating remedies, making the consequences of inequality more dangerous. Inequality in both economic and cultural areas and national self-preoccupation make the world more ungovernable. Okay, next slide. Okay, the third example of open entropy in the field of urban planning has been studied by Peloroso and his colleagues in 1979. He's studying the second thermodynamics of open system by analyzing economy of nature and complex socio-ecological system. He proposed new boundary concept of low entropy city as the grounds of urban ecosystem services aimed at increasing urban sustainability. According to him, low entropy city is defined as responsive and conscious autopitic, or a system that reproduces themselves from within themselves. And low entropy could be reached by enhancing socio-ecological and structural complexity in order to reduce internal entropy, and waste or exported entropy to the biosphere are minimized. In particular, according to him, low entropy city concept is considering the role of urban green infrastructure. I think it's similar with Professor Damkar presented this morning. An urban system can have different level of UGI efficiency, different approaches to sustainability, and different demands for services, as well as pressing environmental, social, and economic issues. Okay, next slide. Okay, entropy in architecture is discussion and studies in architecture and entropy as have been conducted by architects and researchers, and some of them are Pablo. Yeah. He investigates works, project, and action that use time and destruction as project material and construct strategies for sustainability. He said that all creation is ephemeral, and there is no architecture without destruction. And the second study by Robert Cloutier, discussing the concept of architecture entropy in the context of system engineering and complex system, and is supported by example of current architecture challenges that may be attributed to architectural entropy. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is good news that the understanding entropy has become very popular in the social life of millennial generation in the form of pop culture movements. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Okay, today we all live in and with entropy because we are all creators of entropy. So we have to make changes from our perspective in order to contribute to the lowering, the increasing entropy. The role of youth generation is very important in making lowering entropy movement as a word movement. Okay, next slide. Okay. The history of entropy thinking as an open system maybe can be started from the declaration of the Club of Rome in 1972 on the limits to growth, which stated that population and economic growth will not be sustainable because natural resources are depleting. If no policy measures are taken until the year of 2000, since 1972, then before the year of 2100, growth will stop. And the second thought that emerged as an open entropy thinking was the Vancouver Declaration, 1976, which gives emphasis on and concern for the earth as human settlements related to environmental degradation that has an impact on the life of social, economic, and culture of human, and also on the life of existence of nature. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So, okay. This the third thought is not by Rio Declarations in 1992 and Kyoto Protocol in 1997. Okay, we jump to the next slide. Okay, because of the time. Okay, here we propose the concept of city as an open system. In this urban entropy model, there is one dependent factor, that is spatial factor, and three independent factors that are urban policy, population, and urban economy. Every urban policy will certainly affect every aspect of the population, both in terms of growth, behavior, activities, density, and spatial distribution. And every population growth will all its attributes will definitely lead to the economic development and growth. And every growth is always be followed by the growth of space, which in the end will bring urban spatial to involution growth or inward growing. So that open space and open green space are increasingly lost. When the involution growth reaches the maximum limit, then the city is heading to a dead point. Okay, next slide. Okay, we jump to the situation of entropy footprint in Indonesia. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Okay, Indonesia witnesses some step of development that and leads to the living entropy. Yeah. It's noted since 1700s up to the present. And then I'll show, we can jump to the maps. Okay. To the maps of, okay. Next, okay, stop. Yeah. Here, we want to show that in England, yeah, that entropy is clearly shown in this map. And we see the 1680 before Industrial Revolution. We see that the entropy is low, but in 1830, after during Industrial Revolution, we see that entropy is growing very fast. And this situation also found in Indonesia. Yeah. Okay, let's jump to Java. Yeah. Okay. This is the situation of Java. That's we see that in the red color are cities that appear before 1400s. These cities are partly spread in the East Java region, based on era kingdom of Singosari, Kediri, and Majapahit. But the second, the green color, yeah, it says the city emerged in the period of 1400 to 1700s. Year by year, that's entropy in the island of Java, Sumatra, and also Sulawesi increasing. This is what we want to show, that the entropy is in our country. Yeah. This is responsible of us. Okay, maybe the time we have to jam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Conclusion perhaps, Pak.
Okay. Maybe to the future direction of Indonesian cities. Okay, we jam. I think we have to go fast because Pak Bobi already remind me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That the presentation want to ask that future direction of Indonesian cities should be based on the new paradigm, because the present paradigm, I think, is questioning. Maybe we have to set another paradigm. Maybe low entropy paradigm could be used as the basic policy of Indonesian city planning. Because low entropy paradigm is more emphasis on cosmocentric or universe. Yeah? How to slow it down the end of the universe. Yeah? And low entropy paradigms put the universe as thesis. It is different with the sustainable development paradigm, which put the human as a thesis. And the city as a subsystem of civilization on the earth, and the earth is a subsystem of the universe. So this is reminding us that reducing entropy of the city contributes to the entropy of the universe. Okay, let's jump again. Yeah. Okay, this is also important, but I think we don't have enough time. Okay. The question is, will architect and urban planner be the main contributors of the sixth mass extinction on Earth, which was started massively since the first industrial revolution? Next slide. If the answer is no, then let us prove it. Thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Dar. Applause for Pak Dar, Professor Daryana, especially young people, because he is calling for a social movement on entropy, because otherwise we cannot slowing down the end of the universe. Very scary, but he's challenging us, yeah, especially you, all the young people. Yeah, social movement, yeah, not just making a T-shirt, but real transforming the idea of entropy into a movement, social movement. No questions so far, but now we move to the second speakers for this afternoon session, Professor Michael Petty. Pak Mike, are you ready?
Yes.
Where
ready.
are you? Where are you?
Oh, I'm in London. I'm in London.
Yeah. Good morning then.
Morning, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, just please start. You have a list of a long biography, but I think I don't have to read all. I said that you published 27 of books, right? The one that I like is the Inventing Cities. How you can invent our cities after pandemic. Pak Mike, please start.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and okay, so I'm just going to put my PowerPoint up. Let me just move a little bit of this clutter on the screen out of the way. Okay. Now
it's clear already. You just.
What's happened here? Hang on.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Can everybody see the screen? That's the main thing.
Very clear. Good.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm going to talk about the future city after COVID-19, and there are some echoes of the previous talk on entropy in this. I'm not really going to be talking about entropy, but if we look at how cities are changing after the pandemic, and because of a whole range of other things related to economic growth and the way the world is developing geopolitically to some extent, then we can actually begin to see how the organization of cities is changing quite rapidly. And of course, energy is really central to this in some sense. So I'm going to talk about the future city after COVID. Let me tell you what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to actually divide the talk really into 4 parts. I'm going to spend about 5 minutes or so talking about prediction. We all, in fact, engage in prediction, and we assume that we can predict the future in some sense. The point I'm going to make is that the future is intrinsically unpredictable. And I'll say a few things about that and how we can actually build models which we know won't predict the future, but how are they useful in terms of thinking about the future. I then want to talk about the pandemic, long-term and short-term, because to some extent, the pandemic over the last 2 to 3 years is a wake-up call with respect to our ability to predict or not predict in this sense. And then I'll spend the rest of the talk talking about the impact on British cities in particular. Some of the things that have actually happened to our cities, and this is true the world over to some extent, although there are differences between different cultures and different economies, but working from home is very significant now, particularly with the advent of rapid information technologies that enable us to do what I'm doing now, what many people at this meeting are doing, which is actually interacting with each other at a distance. Living at lower densities is important. The collapse of transit in cities is very important too. And the demise of the high street, the demise of retailing with the move to internet shopping and so on. So I'm going to talk about all of those and then really wrap it up by talking about whether or not we can predict these trends in some sense, and how we can begin to think about constructing hypothetical models, ideal types, if you like, to give us some sense of the future. Okay, now my key argument is that all our models and theories are intrinsically unpredictable. We can't really predict the future, otherwise we'd be magicians in some sense. And in fact, when we actually look at our predictive capability, then it's fairly obvious, I think, that the world is full of what many people over many years, in Europe certainly, have called black swans. Now, a black swan is a major event that comes out of the blue. And you could say that the pandemic is a black swan, although there are qualifications of this in some sense. The term black swan comes from the fact that in Europe, particularly, really before the 16th or 17th century, all of the swans that had ever been observed were white, basically. But when the Dutch settlers got to Australia, to Western Australia and Perth, in the late 18th, I think, maybe the late 17th, but certainly the late 17th or 18th centuries, they actually discovered black swans. And the term has come to resemble a set of events which really come out of the blue to some extent. We really don't expect them, and we have no previous experience of them in that sense. And many of the things that characterize our cities and our world throughout human history really is composed of black swans. There are other events too which relate to unpredictable in this sense. Now, of course, if the world is unpredictable, it's largely unknowable in terms of the future. But one of the features is that we have control over the future. The future, in fact, is invented by us in that sense. The chairman talked about my book, Inventing Future Cities. And this is all about the notion, at least the first bit of that, the notion that we can't predict, and all we can actually do is invent in this particular context. Now, many people have said this in the past. If you look at the philosophy of science and so on, the conventional philosophy of science is that we can't prove the truth of anything, but we can prove the falsity in that sense. Karl Popper is credited, he was a famous Viennese philosopher, I think, who was born in Vienna, who lived in London and wrote a book called The Logic of Scientific Discovery in the mid-20th century, the mid to early 20th century. And he argued that all we could do was falsify. We couldn't prove the truth. Nicholas Taleb, who is a modern commentator, a Lebanese commentator, he's actually written a book called The Black Swan, which is a really good read in that sense. And he talks about all of these incidents that are unpredictable in that sense. Now, this is all very grandiose, that we can't we can't predict the future in this sense. And also, we can probably accept that we can invent it. You know, the future is in our hands in a sense, but of course we can't predict what we might invent. And this is really the double bind of prediction, but it's also the hope for the future. Let me say a couple of other things, that we have to be careful about the limits. To some extent, what we're saying here is the limits of our theories about the future city are such that we can't really predict, but we can begin to think about the future within certain limits. The fact that we don't have good predictive models and never will have, doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't construct models in a sense. And the British statistician George Box in the 1970s made this famous quote, "All models are wrong, but some are useful." And if you think about that in terms of all of the models, and of course by model we really mean theory or idea in some sense, all of them are wrong in some sense, they're incomplete, but some of them are useful. And that's really the mantra, I think, that we really need to live by in thinking about cities and city planning and how we might invent a better future as we progress through this particular century in that sense. Okay, model simplification, multiple models, digital twins. Let me say a little bit about this. Now, models are simplifications. They're abstractions in that sense. We throw away most of what we observe about the world and we leave, as it were, the kernel of our understanding. So it's often said that the best models are the simplest models. They're the models that we can write down on the back of an envelope in that sense. And to some extent, the model can never be the real thing. Once it approaches the real thing, then it's a contradiction in terms. Now, recently, the idea of digital twins has emerged, the idea that we can actually build a twin of the real system. And in some senses, particularly in production engineering, in manufacturing and so on, we can actually build a model or a digital twin very close to the real thing in that sense. Where we have kind of digital production in this sense, we can build a digital model of that production process, which is different from the digital production process itself, but it enables us to actually control it in that sense. And the big question, of course, is what is a twin? As soon as we start thinking about digital twins, we think about digital triplets and are they identical twins and so on. The terminology is very, we would say, evocative. It evokes sentiments, and it's interesting in that sense. But what it really means is, when one looks at this concept, is that there's not just one model of a system, but there are many models. Now, this is a relatively new insight that if you go back to the middle of the 20th century, when computers were invented, they were invented really between about 1939 and about 1945, during the World War II, basically. When computers were first invented, in that sense, the digital computers, we only ever really thought for many years that we would build one model. If you look at the models that have been built, say, of Jakarta, there's various transportation consultants have probably come into the city over the last 50 years and so on and built a model. That's true of many cities around the world. And they've tended to build one model, not many. But we've reached the point now where we can actually build many models, basically, in that sense. And if we can build many models, that means we can build them more quickly, and we can build them and compare them and so on. And different people with slightly different ideas will be able to build similar models. And this, to some extent, is the norm for the future. Not one model, but many models, many theories, if you like. So throughout your conference on the Beyond Sustainability here, there are lots of theories that have been thrown up. Now, to some extent, none of those theories are wrong. You could actually say they're all right, but they're all different in some sense, and no one theory really is any righter than the other in that sense. And that's something I think that we're going to have to get used to in a pluralistic world, basically. In the past, we've really been dominated by one paradigm. We've now reached the point where we can build many models because we have very rapid computer processing power and so on, and data is ever more available and so on in this particular context. And it relates to the fact that there are many different explanations of a particular phenomenon. In short, and of course there are many futures in that sense. Okay, now let me switch to the pandemic. This is to some extent, what I've talked about is a kind of theoretical notion about how we can actually predict, or rather how we can't predict, basically, in that sense. Of course, we could say that the pandemic was the greatest black swan of our recent lifetimes, really, in that sense. Arguably, I think, for those who are in advanced years, basically the elderly who can remember the Second World War and so on in that sense, then that could have been regarded as a black swan. Although if you dig into the history of these things, then to some extent, historically, that there was a degree to which that could be predicted within limits, basically. Now, of course, the pandemic as an event in time is different from the last major pandemic, which was probably the so-called Spanish flu about 100 years ago. This was after the First World War, basically. And to some extent, our reactions to this kind of pandemic, the pandemic that we've just gone through, and indeed we're still living through to some extent. The reason why I'm not sitting in front of you in Indonesia, basically, is largely because it's still quite difficult to travel, basically, and we have to be very careful. COVID-19 is rising quite rapidly again in Britain at the moment. Because most people have been vaccinated, it's not as severe in many senses. It's more like a cold or the flu in that sense. But nevertheless, this is something we're having to live with in some sense. And our reactions to COVID-19 are very different from the last pandemic, the last major pandemic of 100 years ago in some sense. We're much more careful. 100 years ago, we didn't have the ability to actually care for people who got very sick in that sense. And we were used to much higher death rates in this sense. So in other words, let me say a little bit about the impact of this particular disease, and then look at some impacts on cities. Now, here's a graph taken from The Economist magazine, and if you look at the top graph, you can see that this is a graph really between 2020, January 2020, when the pandemic began. Probably it began, certainly the first lockdown in Britain occurred on something like the 23rd of March 2020, although people said that it should have happened 2 or 3 weeks before, and we lost some ground at that particular point. But basically you can see that it began in March 2020. The red curve here basically shows the estimated number of deaths. The gray curve shows the recorded deaths, and the estimated number is much greater than the recorded deaths for a whole range of issues pertaining to statistics and collecting data and so on. But you can actually see that there are different waves of the pandemic in this particular context, and this takes us up to, it only takes us up to October 2021, really, in that sense. We're almost a year later, so I've not been able to extend the graph, basically, but you can see it bumping around still. It's nowhere near back to pre-pandemic levels, because, of course, COVID is probably here to stay. Now, here are some examples of the differences between Britain on the left and China on the right in terms of the waves of the pandemic. You can see again from 2020 and 2021, that's basically the 2 years of 2020 and 2021. And you can see the first wave, the second wave, and then really from the beginning of 21, we have a series of smaller waves, basically, in a sense. And again, it only really goes up to December of last year, in that sense. But the observed deaths and the official deaths are very close. If we look at China, it's massively different. China on the right-hand side, a much lower number of deaths in total, we think, in this sense, not too clear about that, but nevertheless, but of course, because of the very severe lockdowns that have occurred in China and still occurring to some extent, then really there's a lid was put on cities in China to actually squeeze the disease out of the system. Arguably, and again, this is interesting, we don't really know enough about pandemics to know whether we can actually squeeze a disease out of the system in the way the Chinese are thinking of it in that sense. So there are some big cultural differences, and you can imagine that these have really quite profound effects on the local economy. Okay, let me say something about the economy very quickly, and I'm conscious of time here. I know it's your siesta, I think, in Indonesia. At this particular point in time, so please don't go to sleep on me. The black line at the top is the one to look at. This is the GDP, or gross value added. It's a measure of national income in the UK, and you can see that it goes up fairly consistently from 1995 towards 2025, and you've got a blip there, sort of round about 2008, which is the Great Recession. In that sense, and then you can see the massive drop in GDP in the red circle in this particular context. And of course, the implication is, the graph below shows the implication is that GDP will creep back to what it was at pre-pandemic levels, but of course, with a gap of about 5 years. By 2025, the prediction is it would be back. But of course, this has not taken account of these other black swan events that have occurred recently. Nobody really foresaw the inflation that's beginning to take place, although that was a little bit more predictable. Some other things a little bit more sort of obvious in that sense. But to some extent, very few of us could predict the impact on energy prices because of the war with Russia in this particular context. So we have not only the pandemic, which still depresses things to some extent, but also the inflation from that, the economy in some sense, and then also the Russian war. These are major issues, and of course, combine all this with many of the other secular features or generic features, I should say, in society, such as aging, for example, which is very rapid in the West and many parts of the world, including China. All of these things are producing what's almost a perfect storm. this graph is, again, all these taken from The Economist, I think, and you can actually see, I've just put that little red thing on the end here, basically, that rather than moving back to pre-pandemic levels in the GDP, it's really crashing quite rapidly in many Western economies, literally as we speak in this particular context. Okay, here's another graph, basically. And then here's a graph and this is important because what we show in this particular graph is the baseline. So if you look at the graph in the center, the baseline, the horizontal line in the middle, which says 0, we have a series of trends, and it's over a period of 400 days from the beginning of 2020. So left to right, the time axis, 400 days, and you can see a big drop in activity below the baseline when the pandemic began. And the things that are shown there are people in the workplace dropping something like 70 or 80% right when the pandemic began, people in work basically rather than working at home. And then you can see retailing, and you can also see transit. And then above the line, we can see things which are things like deaths and so on in infections, but we can also see the number of people working from home, which is the reverse of the number of people working at the workplace. So this is very typical of the kind of data that really pertains to what's happening in British cities in this sense. Okay, let's have a look at the impact on British cities then, and maybe to some extent these are echoed in all cities, and there are many impacts. Let me just list them. Working from home. When the pandemic began, 80% were told by government to work from home. The other 20% were essential workers, and this was in early 2020. And there's a cautious return to work. Even now, we're nowhere near in the biggest cities, certainly in London here. The picture behind me, if you can see my little portrait picture there, is actually the Bank of England and the City of London, basically taken, in fact, the photograph was taken taken during the pandemic. Basically, there's very few people in that area behind. You can also see them changing the road system, and I'll show you a little bit about that in a moment, because a lot of issues have occurred in terms of changes in transit in that sense. So this was early 2020, a collapse in public transport and a growth in the use of the car during the last 2 or 3 years, a big demand for lower density living and a rush to live in the countryside for those who are able to afford it. And then the collapse of physical retailing and shopping on the high street. If you go to a British city, I don't know, I've not been to the United States since the pandemic began, but if you go to a British city, then one of the very key features is the number of shops which are closed, because to some extent, there was a movement already to internet shopping in that sense. Now, these are the Apple and Google mobility reports for London. And what you can actually see here, let's have a look on the right-hand side, the Google reports, basically. Below the line, you can see a variety of things, transit, retailing, and work, dropping with the impact of the pandemic, and then rising again back towards the pandemic, the pre-pandemic norm, and then dropping again in that sense. That's over the 2-year period. This is actually transit, basically, transit activity for the UK, the Greater London Authority, that's the Metro Authority in London, and the City of London, which is the financial centre, basically. About 500,000 people work in the financial centre. And what this is actually showing over this last 500 days since the beginning of the pandemic is a big drop and a very slow recovery in terms of the blue line there, which is the City of London, the financial quarter, and then a little bit less pronounced, the GLA. And this is up to about 500 days. So we're talking here about to the middle of, or towards the end of 2021. Let me take you on a bit further. It's easy enough to make some projections about when life will return in terms of the use of transit of these different curves, basically. You can see that we predicted back about a year ago that things would return to normal in October 2021 for the UK. For the Greater London, in the 1st of January 2022, earlier this year. And then for the city, not so long ago, 3 or 4 months ago, basically, things would be back to normal. In fact, if you look at the recent reports, then in fact, this has not occurred whatsoever. That this is the UK, that broken line, and that's really less than only about 20% of, it's 20% lower than what it was pandemic level. And the same for the city, for the Greater London Authority. And for the City of London, we're still 27% below. And this is transit volumes. This is people traveling in by tube and subway, meaning, of course, that what we're really saying is probably about 25 to 30% of people are still working at home, basically, in that sense. And that's very interesting, because if that persists, a whole range of things are beginning to change. Retailing is beginning to change. Transit is beginning to change in this sense, particularly public transport in Britain generally is essentially bankrupt. It's bailed out by the state. And if you think about what's actually happening in terms of the state, they're not only bailing out public transport at the moment and have been for the last 2 years or so, 3 years, they're also bailing out energy prices and so on. Okay, so that's the picture behind me. This is the city centre. This is the Bank of England on the left, and then the wall of skyscrapers behind the Bank of England, the old Royal Exchange, which is the stock exchange in the middle. And you can see that was taken during a working day, so-called, about 2 years ago at the height of the pandemic in that sense. And this is what's been happening in terms of the road system. A large number of roads have been closed to traffic. The local authorities have begun to take advantage of the pandemic in that sense. And you can see a lot of signs appeared all over Britain, new road layouts for social distancing. And you can actually see, if you look at the bottom line and the picture just to the right of the centre there, you can see a bicycle. So that's a road, a two-way road that's been converted to the one way has been broken up into a bike lane, and also an additional pedestrian. So pavements, or what we call pavements, what the Americans call sidewalks, are being extended in that sense. Now, let me see what I'm doing for time. We're actually sort of a bit over time, basically, at this point. Let me go for another 5 minutes or so and give you an idea. Okay, so how can we predict these trends? There are many hypothetical models we can actually deal with in that sense. And what we've been doing in our group is to make some predictions about working from home, the death of distance, social distancing, and the death of public transport. We've actually made some assumptions in hypothetical models of cities in this particular context. So let me just begin to wind it down by talking about these hypothetical models. Here we've got, and this is very much blue skies thinking, but what we're really interested in is the extent to which we can make changes to travel patterns, to travel behavior, and we can actually move the city away from what it was like pre-pandemic to what it might be like, I should say. It's only one of many possibilities in that sense, in the post-pandemic future. And the key issue was that if you look at British cities, generally speaking, British cities don't sprawl to the extent that American cities do in some sense, because of massive constraints over many over many decades relating to things like green belts and so on. But British cities have grown during the Industrial Revolution. We saw in the entropy pictures that the professor talked about before, we saw the growth of Britain until from 1630 to about 1830. And then that was the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Cities were beginning to grow. He showed a map in that sense. Cities grew, but they were relatively contained. And what's really been happening in the last 20 or 30 years is that the spread and decentralization of cities has turned itself around a little bit, and we're moving a little bit back towards the compact city. So really pre-pandemic, there was a sense in which cities were getting a little bit more compact. Okay, they were still growing a bit around the edges. This is in Britain, but more compact. People were beginning to live in the centre again, particularly younger people in bigger cities. And that, of course, has been completely reversed by the pandemic. People are leaving the city to live in the countryside. So, in other words, what we do in this picture is we build a hypothetical city. We build an ideal type, and you can see the ideal type on the top line, where we have a kind of a hierarchy of centres in the city. You can think of those blobs as being places where people work and live in that sense, and that's fairly typical of the monocentric city. And what we then begin to do is we change the travel patterns. And what we do is we make people travel further in that sense, or not travel at all in that sense, live and work. So we start off with a situation where people live and work in conventional terms at a distance from they live at a distance from their work. And that's modeled using fairly conventional travel demand models, basically. And then what we do is we change that, and we make a certain proportion of them work and live in the same place, and another proportion of them actually working further away, basically, or living further away on the outskirts. And we do that systematically in terms of these ideal types, these hypothetical experiments. And you can see that, well, we've got the experiments here. I'm not going to go into them. I'll give you a reference to them in a moment. But that is actually a picture of London, of the greater, the metropolitan area, basically. That's not the London you'd read in for population in Wikipedia, which is about 7 or 8 million, 8 million or so. This is what we call London and the outer Met area, out towards the airport, Heathrow and Reading and so on, and East. And there's about 15 to 18 million people in that area, so it's quite big, basically. And you can see basically on the left-hand side, this is the configuration now. And what we've done is to play around with these experiments, and we've changed the travel patterns. All you're seeing here are examples of that, where we've actually increased the compactness, and where we've increased the compactness, so we've made people move back to the city in that sense. And in that example on the bottom right-hand side, we've actually moved people to the edge. And in fact, in the hypothetical model we've got, we can move everybody to the edge. So this is moving work and living basically to the very edge of the city in that. Now I could spend another lecture and more talking about the technical detail in that sense. And here is the paper in the journal called Cities, the Post-Pandemic City, Speculation to Simulation. Now, Chairman, I'm very conscious of time. Let me just, one slide to finish. There's lots of things that one can think about in that sense, but the main issue is to think about how we might explore the future in some sense. And not just of the post-pandemic city, but of all of the other things that are being talked about in the conference related to sustainability. And what I'm suggesting here is that one possibility of exploring the future is to build these hypothetical models that the previous speaker that I came in on, Dagmar, I think, from Vienna, basically had different scenarios for natural green space development in cities and so on. There are many of these things. That's one set of things that really pertain to the future, and they're all relevant in some sense. And one of the great challenges is to begin to integrate these different ideas. Now, I'm going to stop at that point. That's the copy of the book which the chairman talked about, Inventing Future Cities. It's in fact, it's actually in Chinese. If you key in the title of that book, then you'll find it on the net, both in English, and you'll also find it in Chinese. So in that sense, and those are some of our other books that we've done fairly recently. So at that point, Chairman, I will stop. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Mike. Applause for Pak Mike. Yeah. Among planners, we know that Mike is considered as the guru of spatial modeling. Yeah? So we learned a lot about the prediction, modeling, hypothetical models, and invention. Because what we need is not just to predict our future cities, but to invent our cities. Question, please. Ya, dari sana. Ya. 2, 3 questions for the first session. Also, from the online, perhaps you committee can help me to read the question on chat, perhaps. Please, on the back. Yeah. And I think there's two interesting relations because between entropy and the last presentation by Mike, yeah, on if 50% of people reside in the city are working at home, then somehow reduce the entropy. So there's a link. Please.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. I'm Imelda Irmawati Damanik. I'm a student of Prof. Bobby. The first questions I address to Prof. Dar. Prof, I have been learned about disaster about more than 6 years. And then when I heard all the explanation from you today, then I see another perspective. It's about entropy. Is it less or low entropy is resilience? That is my questions. And for Prof. Mike, I use one of your book, but I forgot which one is the most inspiring for me to do my dissertation. But one is pop up in my mind when I read all model are wrong, but some of them useful, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Then when I think about pandemic in our country as developing country, the word is changed in my mind. It's like all models are wrong and all of them is useless because there is a different approach from our country to see or to see perspective from the city during the pandemic. What do you think about city in developing country if we compare with what you have done with your city in the very well developed country? Thank you.
Are you saying because we are more chaotic somehow, our cities in developing countries so difficult to modeling? Okay, next question please. But we learned from Mike that we need, for a complex phenomenon, we need a more variety of models, not one model only. Yeah. Please, Irshad, you are a modeling person too. Please. Ada di belakang? Oh yeah, please. 3 questions first, yeah. Then answer from Prof. Sudaryana and Professor Mike Betty.
Thank you for the time. My name is Ruhul. I'm from architecture. I got one question for Prof. Daryono. Yeah, we know that entropy, like a disaster or maybe the bad condition for city and something, but how to measure the entropy is getting bad day by day? Is that from the huge damage or the worse condition or the higher water sea level or something that more spread in slum settlement, or how to that can be an alarm for us to do act harder or do something hard to get to solve that entropy? Thank you.
Yeah. Next question from the online participant, perhaps ada? No? Then one more from this room, perhaps. Irsyad. You? Okay, please. Well, I sorry, I'm calling you because I know that you are a modeling person. You have to learn from our guru.
Thank you, Prof. Betty, for your enlightenment presentations. So I have a thought that you have said that most of the modeling are maybe not really useful. But if we try to apply for example, evacuations models in the informal settlements, we can adjust a set of rules or patterns. But after we getting some of the results, for example, scenario A is in certain minutes people can be evacuated very well, and then scenario B is maybe like less people can be evacuated. My question is that like how to realize or implement these models, specifically when we want to implement it for the informal settlement, where the variable is more chaotic, or we cannot like fully control the people or the system in informal settlement, which govern mostly organically by its citizen or by its dwellers.
Okay. Well, I guess you are questioning your dissertation. Because you are working on model in the informal sector, right? Mike, you may answer first on the how to model in more chaotic, somehow developing countries, informal settlement, in which we cannot really control these so many factors. Please, Mike.
Okay, well, the quote that I gave from George Box, all models are wrong, but some are useful. And then the questioner said maybe we should modify that and say all models are wrong and all models are useless. Well, in some senses, it depends on what you define as model, clearly. And in many respects, the cliche, the mantra really, all models are wrong and some are useful, is really applicable to any set of ideas. So obviously, in terms of thinking about the future, we have certain ideas. And what we're really saying in some sense is that in a very generic sense, many of these ideas are useful. Some of them are indeed useless. There's no question about that. And some of the more formal models are quite useless in that sense. So we have to have a very kind of, what we would say in my country, Catholic sort of view, a kind of liberal view of what we mean by these things in that sense. And that I think is true. And there are variants between developing countries and developed countries very clearly with respect to specific model. So I think to actually answer the question, one really needs to pin down the models. And if you take, for example, transportation models, most of us are familiar with these models. They're able to actually, or they purport to actually predict flows of traffic on roads between origins and destinations. There are many of them have been developed over the last 60, 70 years, basically. And certainly most big cities have these sorts of models. They vary enormously in their ability to predict in the short term and in the long term. And if you take the modern transportation model as developed in Western cities, one of the big problems at the present time is that a lot of the transportation behavior has changed and the models really don't pick it up. So if you, excuse me, if you look at transportation 50, 60, 70 years ago, then the journey to work was very dominant. It's no longer dominant. In fact, if we look at our transit data in London, basically, then the vast majority of trips don't appear to be people who are going to work, from home to work. They're actually doing lots and lots of other things, lots and lots of activities. And that's really what's happened in terms of Western cities. Now, in terms of cities in developing countries, then the whole range of some of the underpinning assumptions about where work is located, how people travel, the more informal travel sectors that you've got, a much greater mix of people, doing things, moving on the go, then that really has to be reflected in any model that is designed to think about different alternatives to this and actually solutions to improving traffic in that sense. So you can see immediately that the models from the West, basically from big, well-developed cities such as London, certainly Western European cities, which are quite ordered in comparison to many cities in developing countries where there's a great deal of momentum to actually change. then you can see that those models are not going to be very useful in this context. So the question then, of course, is how do we develop, better models, really? And by better models, remember again, back to this mantra of all models are wrong and some are useful. Better models in that sense mean models that will actually help us to think about the future. So if you think of our role as planners as being inventors of future cities so that we can make them more sustainable and more equitable and so on in that sense, then the models that we use or the theories and ideas that we use really need to be tuned into what the key issues are. They won't give us correct predictions because, as I argued, that as many people have argued, that we're not magicians in that sense, but they can give us some insights in terms of the extent to which we can actually develop things. And I think, in fact, that's very relevant to this whole notion about, the blue-green sort of way of looking at cities in terms of how climate change and nature can actually inspire us to develop new forms of settlement and new housing layouts and so on, and how, for example, that relates to transportation. So that's a very general answer to these questions. Now, the other question, another questioner was, well, I can't quite remember. Let me pass back to you, Chairman, because I'm conscious that our other speaker needs to respond to this question about entropy and so on.
Thank you, Ibu Damani. Questioning about whether there are relationship between the concept of disaster and resilience. Yes, there are two types of disaster: natural disaster and man-made disaster. So when we talk about the natural disaster, we can say that it will bring entropy, yes. But the nature has ability to recover themselves. Yeah. Suppose like the cases of Merapi eruption, after 2 years or 3 years. Yeah. So we witness that the Merapi is already green. Yeah. And today we witness that Merapi is already recover back to the previous it looked like before 2010. Yeah. Natural disaster is a part of nature, so it can recover themselves. So usually the nature will back to the previous one. But for man-made disaster, it's very difficult to be recovered because it's, when we talk about entropy theory by Clausius, most of man-made are irreversible. It cannot be back again to the beginning. So man-made disaster is it has high entropy. And when we talk about resilience, yes, resilience, if resilience concern to the indigenous energy or indigenous power of people, yes, it belongs to low entropy. Yeah. But if the invites are the energy outside of the community, I think it will bring different situation. Yeah. Maybe it will lead to the high entropy. Okay, as long as the resilience is understood by using the concept of indigenous energy, indigenous people, then yes, we can say that resilience is part of efforts to lowering in entropy. Okay, then the second question about how to measure entropy from to goal. Yeah. As I mentioned in the beginning presentation, that's okay. Entropy is very difficult to understand, but it can be simply defined as order and disorder. So we, as architect and planner, always talking about order and disorder. So, okay, as you mentioned, that maybe slums area, the growth of slum area, and we found that diseases spread out among the community, among the people in the kampong. Yeah, because they have a very lack of infrastructure. So they cannot use the healthy infrastructure. So they leads to entropy. And also traffic jam. Every day we have it. It is a part of entropy. That's entropy is a situation where we are facing a disorder situation, and it will bring to the inconvenience in human life. So you can measure every aspect of life. As it's found in the disorder condition, it belongs to entropy. So actually, we are in this room also create entropy. Because we use energy, and we also release energy, and then not fuel it back to the nature. And this morning we talked about the land conversion, from rice fields to the urban land. This is also part of entropy, because the energy of field rice is converted to urban lands, and there will be a residue. It could be in the form of useless building. And we found that today we found that so many houses empty in the housing complex around the city of Indonesia. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think that's very interesting, important discussion, because it relates to back of what Daryono mentioned, closed and open system, right? And that relates to the local global dialectics and so on and so forth. The issue, the problem is, since we are living in a global village, then sometimes difficult to also really control the closed system, the locality, since locality also have a direct or indirect link with the globality and open system. But Mike, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
I'm actually like to teach you from your previous answer. Are you saying that actually as we are facing more and more complex and uncertain condition, and are you saying that the more we need modeling, although modeling is have some weaknesses?
I am saying that, I think. I mean, I didn't really stress this in my talk, but there's little doubt that the world and the world of cities, because most of us will be living in cities by the end of this century, cities of one size or another, that is, from small towns to big cities, mega cities. I'm really saying that this whole process, we're really from the beginning of what one might call the modern world in the 6th, the 17th or 18th century in Europe, and then the Industrial Revolution, has led to increasing complexity. And I think if we look at our theories about how cities are formed, which were developed in the 1950s and 60s and so on, a lot of those theories are really in some sense obsolete. That in other words, cities have got, our behavior in cities has got more complicated. Our lives are more complicated. We have more opportunities to respond to. There's much more greater heterogeneity rather than homogeneity in cities now. And this leads to increasing complexity. And to some extent, one of the reasons why the complexity sciences are important is that they identify a whole range of very generic principles, such as emergence in the sense that cities are really built from the bottom up by individuals and groups rather than the top down by planning agencies and big conglomerates and so on. In that sense, so the idea that cities evolve, that they're not manufactured from the top down, they're more like organisms than they are machines, they're more like biological systems than they are sort of manufactured systems, mechanical systems. I think all of that is very resonant to what's happening worldwide in any kinds of cities, both developed cities and in particular in developing countries where you have very rapid growth and less order to some extent, although that's a complicated issue because as our previous speaker has talked about, I mean, the amount of order in the city can be measured and it varies in different places. I didn't actually go into any detail about some of the measures that we can take from these experiments that I was indicating about how cities actually, compact or decentralize and so on. But to some extent, what the previous speaker was saying about the definition of inequalities and segregation and so on through entropy in that sense is very relevant. Entropy, I think, is a very good measure to show the extent to which cities are getting more complicated or less complicated, increasing entropy or decreasing entropy, and also high versus low entropy in that sense. I think there's a big research program there to develop really, and our speaker gave us some hints about that in terms of some of the literature. So there are some quite important resonances between our two contributions in the context that we're both talking about increasing complexity, really, with its manifestations in either lower entropy or higher entropy cities.
Thank you very much. Well, it's very much interesting, but unfortunately, we have not enough time. We have to close. But before we close the session, I'd like to have one last word from two speakers, and that's in the form of my question. But with this kind of issues we are facing, sustainability, entropy, complexity, ambiguity, are you, because we are sitting in front of so many young students who have still a long way to go, do you think that you are quite optimistic for the future? Mike, you also have the same question. You can prepare. But first, Pak Sudarnono, are you quite optimistic about the future with this kind of issues we are dealing with, we are facing?
Yeah. Thank you, Bobby. This is very difficult question. So talking about the future, if we put human and cosmos in the harmony, if we talk about the future, then if we take human and cosmos in harmony relationship, then the future will belong to us and also belong to all the God creations. Thank you.
Tepuk tangan untuk Pak Daryono ya. If we live in harmony with nature, then there's an answer that we may slowing down the end of the world, and that's really a good last word for the young people. Mike.
Yes, I think you asked the question: am I optimistic or pessimistic about the future? I find that a very difficult question to answer. Potentially, I think deep down, I'm relatively optimistic. I think we're making some progress, slow progress, I think, in tackling ideas about how we think about the future. In terms of the actual practice of what goes on in the world, basically, then one is forced almost to be pessimistic. I mean, in terms of geopolitics, climate change, for example, I think it's very much an open question as to whether we can conquer the problems of climate change and so on. And then there are problems of aging and organization. In general, I would be optimistic at a low level, but in terms of these big questions, I don't know. And they very much relate to particularly climate change and energy and so on to sustainability in this particular context. So I think my view would be that these are very open questions still, and I think we'll continue to vacillate around them in the sense of sometimes thinking that there is optimism, or there's more pessimism in that sense. So, and of course, in many ways, I'm not sure how different that is from at any other points back in human history in that sense. So I think we have to keep that in mind, our history in that sense. And we do understand the world a bit better, I think, in the modern age, the contemporary world, than we did. And there is hope in that, I think.
Applause, ya, terima kasih sekali. Thank you very much, Mike. Especially you tell us good. We need to more and more understand our complexity, and with better understanding, we may have a better future. Tepuk tangan untuk Sudaryono, Pak Profesor Daryono, dan Profesor Michael Betty. Thank you very much. Terima kasih juga yang tanya tadi ya. Also thank you very much for those who are asking questions. Thank you. Yeah. Good morning and have a nice breakfast, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Your coffee too.
Yeah, coffee.
I think you need 2 cups of coffee after quite long.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'll be going for coffee now, definitely. Yeah. Okay. Bye then, and thank you.
Yeah, bye. Send my best regard to my colleagues who are studying there at UCL, Randy,
yeah,
and
do,
also.
Yes, yeah, will do.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bobby, for moderating our last session today, and thank you to all speakers, Prof. Sudaryono and also Prof. Michael Betty. Hope our discussion today will be beneficial for the development of architecture and planning in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time for a coffee break, but before, I'd like to give you some announcements. The first, the coffee break will be held in the Department of Architecture and Planning building. So after this, all of the participants may leave this building and the committee will lead you the way. Please check your belongings and make sure that there is nothing left behind. And for your information, it's raining outside, so if you bring your umbrella, you can use it, or maybe the committee will help you to assist to give the umbrella. Okay, and to all participants who join virtually, please find the link for the attendance that is delivered in the chat box. You might find it, and you have to fill out the link because it is one of the administration that you have to fill to get the certification. And for your information, all of the participants, there will be a welcoming dinner after the conference finish, which will be started at 5:30 p.m. The dinner is going to be held in the Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and we cordially invite you all to join the agenda tonight. Please don't miss the hype. And also, I'd like to give a kind reminder, don't forget to join the second day of ICIAP 2022 tomorrow. We will start our agenda at 8 a.m. There will be several agendas, invited speaker sessions, and also the parallel session, and the most awaited moment is the closing ceremony. There will be some announcements of student poster competition and also the best paper award. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after the break, we would have come to the end of this ICIAP 2022. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all the participants who have shown a great amount of enthusiasm for this conference, and also the honorable guests for taking time to join us. I would also like to thank all the committees who are involved in putting this event together so that we can all enjoy it. Thank you very much for our speakers, our honorable moderator. And with that being said, I would like to apologize for any inconveniences, and we hope you had a great session with us. Okay, thank you very much. I am Eta Aurea signing out. Wish you all have a good day, and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, known as PUSTRAL, Universitas Gadjah Mada, was established in 2001 as a research and training institution in UGM. In line with the UGM's research roadmap, PUSTRAL carries out various studies in transportation and logistics with an expertise in infrastructure system, design and planning, as well as management related to economics and business, policy, institution and regulation, social culture, safety and environment, as well as telematic and information system. In addition to research, PUSTRAL also organized various trainings on transportation, logistics and spatial planning, dissemination of various study results, as well as discussion of recent topics are another agendas of the center. These activities are conducted through seminars which are held every month. PUSTRAL also actively releases some publications such as books, papers, and popular writings in the mass media. In addition to those, our researchers are often invited as speakers in various seminars and discussion nationally and worldwide. We looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.